will probably be joining a little bit later, so I think we can go ahead and get started.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. My name is Aaron Yao. I'm the designated federal officer for the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee. In my role as DFO, I'd like to formally open this public meeting. The CASAC is an independent expert federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The CASAC is empowered under the Clean Air Act to provide independent advice to the EPA administrator on the scientific and technical bases for EPA's national ambient air quality standards. And EPA policy require that CASAC meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open sessions where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for public comment. There is a public comment period noted on the agenda where members of the public have registered in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. Written comments have also been received and were distributed to the CASAC and posted on the meeting webpage. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with the requirements of FACA. I will work with the chair to certify the minutes and have them posted on the CASAC website. The CASAC consists of special government employees appointed by EPA to their positions. As government employees, the members are subject to all applicable ethics laws and implementing regulations. The SAB staff office has determined that advisors participating in this meeting have no financial conflicts of interest or appearance of a loss of impartiality under federal ethics regulations relating to the topic of this meeting. For those on the phone, I'd like to note that we have a live video webcast of this meeting posted on our meeting webpage. To those watching the live video webcast, please send me an email indicating your attendance. If you have previously requested a call-in number, you do not need to email me again. I'd now like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Leanne Shepard, Chair of the CASAC.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome to this meeting of the CASAC Ozone Panel for the purpose of deliberating on our consensus comments on letter to the administrator, which were developed after our September discussion of the 2020 Ozone ISA. Actually, I'm going to first turn the meeting back over to Aaron Yao to run the public comment session, and then I will review the agenda and provide some additional introductory remarks.
Okay, so we will go ahead and get started with the public comment period. Just a few ground rules for the public comment period. You will be limited to 5 minutes to make your oral statement. There will be a visible and audible 5-minute timer to help keep the time. To make the best use of your time, please focus your oral comments on the documents under review. Other comments can be included in written comments and referenced to in the oral statement. Input from the public to the CASAC will have the most impact if it provides specific scientific or technical information or analysis for the CASAC to consider, or if it relates to the clarity or accuracy of the technical information. Please remain professional and civil, refraining from any personal attacks. If members have clarifying or follow-up questions for public commenters, they have an opportunity to do so after each public presenter, but they are not obligated to respond to public comments. Okay, so we will go ahead and start with Charles Harper with Evergreen Action.
Thank you so much for the chance to talk today. My name is Charles Harper, representing Evergreen Action, a nonprofit environmental organization that's previously testified to the CASAC in support of a 60 parts per billion primary ozone standard. And thanks for the opportunity to comment on this draft report on the 2020 Ozone ISA. So overall, Evergreen Action supports many of the CASAC's conclusions in its letter. We strongly believe that EPA should consider newer studies and more epidemiological evidence in its policy and scientific assessments. We also agree with the statement on page 1, line 37 of the report's cover letter that the ISA supplemented by this CASAC report will provide a scientifically sound foundation for the ozone reconsideration process. And despite any shortcomings in the ISA, we would like to urge the CASAC to be explicit that it is not recommending that EPA reopen the current ISA. Reopening the 2020 ISA would unnecessarily delay the reconsideration process, which is already at risk of extending past EPA's stated timelines. Delaying reconsideration would have real-world implications for public health and the communities exposed to harmful ozone pollution. CASAC's recommendations in this report are sufficient in supplement without revisiting the ISA itself. Similarly, to avoid delaying the reconsideration process, we would recommend that this CASAC report limits the scope of matters it recommends EPA address during this reconsideration process. Some matters that are less clearly policy relevant for this reconsideration should be left to a future ISA instead. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Charles Harper? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to turn it back over to Aaron to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Franziska Russer with American Thoracic Society. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So my name is Franziska Rosser, and I am a pediatric pulmonologist and assistant professor of pediatrics within the Division of Pulmonary Medicine at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh and the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and the American Thoracic Society. There are 3 important points I would like to convey to the CASAC Ozone Review Panel. Point 1, while flawed, the 2020 Ozone Integrated Scientific Assessment, or ISA, provides all the appropriate and necessary studies for the current CASAC Ozone Review Panel to make recommendations to the EPA administrator on the ozone NAAQS. EPA staff does not need to redo the ISA document. While we agree with the thoughtful recommendations for future ISAs as laid out in the CASAC Ozone Review Panel draft letter to Administrator Regan, heretofore draft letter, any corrections or clarifications that need to be made to the ISA findings can be addressed in the policy assessment document or in CASAC's letter to the EPA administrator. Point 2, the ISA provides consistent and compelling scientific information that the current EPA ozone NAAQS does not meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act and should be revised. CASAC should recommend to the EPA administration that a more protective ozone NAAQ of 60 parts per billion averaged over 8 hours is needed to meet the requirements of the Clean Air Act. I would note that the ATS has been recommending a more protective standard of 60 parts per billion since 2008 and reiterated again in 2015. Evidence from US and international epidemiological studies, controlled human exposure studies, and other lines of investigation provide growing documentation of adverse human health effects below the current standard. The studies published in the intervening years have only strengthened our support for a more protective standard of 60 parts per billion. Point 3, we strongly applaud the CASAC Ozone Review Panel for a thoughtful discussion of the dangers of preferentially overemphasizing results from controlled human exposure, or CHE studies, compared to epidemiological studies with regards to the effect of ozone exposure. The ATS recognizes and appreciates the important role that controlled human exposure studies play in understanding the human health effects of exposure to air pollution. The ATS supports the use of CHE studies as one of many lines of scientific inquiry that is needed. However, as discussed in the draft letter and more fully discussed in the recent NASEM report, Advancing the Framework for Assessing Causality of Health and Welfare Effects to Inform National Ambient Air Quality Standards Review 2022, CHE studies are only one of several different types of studies that should be considered in establishing causality, as CHE studies are not specifically designed to ascertain lower exposure limits that can cause adverse health effects for vulnerable populations, such as children, elderly persons, or those with significant underlying respiratory and/or cardiovascular disease for whom CHE studies are abjectly unethical. The ATS agrees with the statement in the draft letter that the 2020 ISA places too much reliance upon the CHE studies. Despite such thoughtful and appropriate CHE discussion in the draft letter, the ATS is concerned that some members of the CASAC Ozone Review Panel, when making causality determinations of ozone, are overemphasizing information from CHE studies and underemphasizing important information from epidemiological studies. The result is that the draft letter makes weaker causality recommendations than is supported by available evidence. The ATS offers recommendations regarding causality. Regarding short-term ozone exposure and respiratory effects, the ATS agrees with CASAC Ozone Review Panel that there is a causal relationship. Regarding long-term ozone exposure and respiratory effects, the ATS agrees with the majority of CASAC members that there is a causal relationship. Regarding short-term ozone and cardiovascular effects, the ATS believes the evidence supports a likely causal relationship. Regarding long-term ozone exposure and cardiovascular effects, the ATS believes that the evidence supports a finding of likely causal. Regarding short-term ozone exposure and mortality, the ATS believes the evidence supports a likely causal relationship. And regarding long-term exposure and mortality, the ATS believes that the evidence supports a likely causal relationship. In summary, to protect the health of any sensitive group of the population, the ATS strongly supports a more protective ozone NAC of 60 parts per billion and believes the current ISA, while flawed, provides sufficient justification for an ozone NAC of 60 parts per billion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on the panel want to make have any questions for Franziska Rosser and make any comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll turn it back over to Aaron to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Seth Johnson with Earth Justice.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Seth Johnson, an attorney with Earth Justice. I'm delivering these comments on behalf of Earth Justice, the National Parks Conservation Association, and the Natural Resources Defense Council. Today, I'll urge you to make certain key edits to your draft letter regarding the reconsideration process, the primary standard, and the secondary standard. On process, we urge you to state explicitly that you do not recommend EPA reopen the current ISA, but instead that you recommend EPA proceed with its reconsideration based on the current ISA and informed by your letter. This explicit statement is fully consistent with what you say on the first page of your draft letter, and we think it would help keep EPA on track to wrap up the reconsideration along the timeline it previously announced. Swift action on this timeline is vital to actually realizing public health and environmental benefits. Similarly, consistent with Dr. Peel's preliminary comments, we urge you to be very clear, express, and consistent about distinguishing what you recommend EPA address as part of the reconsideration and what you recommend EPA address as part of a future ISA. We urge you to put only matters that are necessarily policy relevant for this PA in the category of things that EPA should address as part of the reconsideration. Everything else, we urge you to be clear, can be addressed as part of a future ozone standard review. On the primary standard, we believe one key focus for the reconsideration is that EPA has historically put too little weight on EPI studies and too much weight on controlled human exposure studies, especially when considering the most at-risk groups and the lowest policy relevant exposure levels. The draft letter indicates the importance of this for the PA on cover letter page 2, lines 26 to 29, consistent with lines 39 to 41 on the same page, and consensus report page 4, lines 28 to 30, and page 6, lines 34 to 37. In those places, we suggest that you not refer to a no effect exposure level, but to a no adverse effect or no clinically important effect exposure level for consistency with ozones being a non-threshold pollutant. We also agree that the PA needs to carefully analyze differential exposures due to spatial variation, as the draft letter indicates at cover letter page 4, lines 20 to 23, and consensus report page 12, lines 13 to 17. Such an analysis is necessary to ensure all populations are protected, with harms to sensitive subpopulations not averaged away in the broader population. On the secondary standard, we agree with the draft letter that the ISA provides a strong scientific foundation for consideration of a separate secondary standard that will finally protect vegetation and ecosystems against ozone's harmful effects, and that EPA must create such a separate standard consistent with CASAC's longstanding advice. We strongly support CASAC's conclusion that EPA must consider newer studies, especially the Lee et al. Study from 2022, as it moves forward with reconsidering the ozone NACs. We recommend CASAC clarify its statement on page 13, line 43 to page 14, line 1. There, the draft letter says that the Lee study, quote, needs to be included in the scientific assessment moving forward. But because the next step in the reconsideration is the policy assessment, we recommend CASAC amend this language to read, quote, needs to be included in the policy assessment and future scientific assessments moving forward. I want to close similar to how I began, by talking about the importance of how you say what you say in your final letter. What you say there gets an awful lot of weight in any NACS review process. You are experts, and you've delved deeply into this ISA over the last several months. You seem to be in agreement on at least two key points. One, the current ISA should not be reopened. And two, the current ISA has many strengths, and just as in prior reviews and coupled with notes from you, it's absolutely adequate to inform the current process. Consistent with these 2 points, many, if not all of you, have found the ISA isn't perfect, just like every ISA isn't perfect, as you and EPA staff have acknowledged. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. As we've said many times, completing this reconsideration along the timeline EPA previously announced is tremendously important for actually protecting public health and the environment. Accordingly, we've focused our comments on the key issues we think are relevant to this reconsideration process, and we urge you to be clear and consistent in your letter about what issues you think EPA must address in the PA for this reconsideration process, and what issues can be reserved for future ozone reviews. Thanks.
Thank you, Seth. Have you provided your a written version of these comments to the DFO yet?
I have not. I'll make sure to send them to Mr. Yao shortly.
Okay, thank you, because it'll be important for us to make sure that we see some of the detailed line information when we're reflecting on our revisions. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Seth Johnson? All right, hearing none, I'll turn it back over to Aaron for the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Shamala Rajan with the American Lung Association.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Shamala Rajan, National Director of Policy for Healthy Air for the American Lung Association. The Lung Association has a long-standing commitment to the principles embedded in the Clean Air Act, including the setting and enforcement of the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for criteria pollutants to protect the health of all communities and vulnerable groups. During this ozone NAAQS reconsideration process, which started more than 6 months ago, we've been urging the CASAC to expeditiously complete its reviews to ensure that EPA can finalize its rulemaking before the end of 2023. Today, I want to reiterate that need for expediency and urgency in completing this process and for EPA to revise its policy conclusions and strengthen the NAAQS based on the existing ISA and CASAC's advice. EPA must use this unique and timely opportunity to set a more protective ozone standard to better protect public health under the Clean Air Act based on current science. We submitted detailed comments over the past 7 public meetings in which we strongly disagreed with EPA's assessment of science and its conclusion to retain the current ozone NAAQS of 70 parts per billion. We think the current ISA and CASAC's advice are sufficient to support a much more protective standard. Today, I want to re-emphasize 2 points. We ask CASAC to advise the EPA in its policy assessment to 1, consider heterogeneity in ozone exposure responses between different population subgroups, which could be due to different life stages, such as age, pregnancy, etc. Socioeconomic and demographic disparities, such as race, ethnicity, class, and income. Pre-existing morbidities, behavioral, epigenetic, or genetic factors, weather and environmental conditions. And 2, to strictly apply an adequate margin of safety in determining the standards to address the health effects of exposure on all subpopulations, including the most vulnerable and sensitive. Application of this precautionary principle is required by the Clean Air Act in the face of uncertainties of existing data or lack of sufficient data to determine causality of specific health endpoints. In summary, we request CASAC to urge EPA to move forward with the ISA informed by its advice and promptly update the policy assessment. An ozone NAAQS set at no higher than 60 parts per billion is necessary to adequately protect public health as warranted by science and in compliance with the requirements of the Clean Air Act. Benefits of implementing a newly revised standards will not be fully realized for several years, and the public health consequences of any delay are unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions or comments for Shamala Rajan? Okay, hearing none, I will turn this back over to Aaron to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker will be Georgia Murray with Appalachian Mountain Club.
Thank you. I'm Georgia Murray, staff scientist with the Appalachian Mountain Club. I appreciate this opportunity to speak today. The AMC urges the CASACs to update the current draft letter to EPA in a manner that clarifies to the agency that they can and should move ahead with the policy assessment as the next step in this process. Importantly, this CASAC does clearly state on page 1 of the current draft that you find that the 2020 ISA, along with the CASAC's advice provided in this letter, will provide a scientifically sound foundation for the reconsideration of the ozone NAAQS. And we agree and urge CASACs to use this overarching framing as the letter is finalized. And we urge EPA to consider this primary advice as they account for your more detailed input. We believe that with some minor changes, the draft letter could make it even clearer to EPA that proceeding to the policy assessment with no further action on the ISA is appropriate. CASACs can provide a statement that you do not recommend EPA reopen the current ISA, but this letter, in combination with the existing ISA, can inform the policy assessment. We believe expeditious action towards finalizing the ozone reconsideration is what is most needed to realize public health, ecosystem, and climate benefits. On a few details, we agree with the CASACs there is a need to clarify how exceptional events might bias exposure assessments. Changing fire regimes and worsening climate change and the continental-wide smoke events can't be excluded when it comes to our health and the impacts on the environment. We believe CASACs could continue to clarify that this issue could be addressed in future ISAs, but also should be considered within the forthcoming PA. And as the panel members propose, EPA can separately revise the exceptional events guidance as another important action to address this increasing impact of fire and smoke on our air quality. We agree with the CASACs that the current ISA provides strong and sufficient scientific evidence on ozone's effects on vegetation and ecosystems, and that evidence continues to provide robust support for an alternative form of the secondary standard in the PA. We also agree with that the W126 is the most appropriate metric and that a single year form is appropriate to protect annuals and perennials due to the longer term cumulative effects over multiple years that perennials experience. Particularly, the CASACs can make clear that EPA should consider the recent Lee et al. Paper, but without reopening the ISA. And most importantly, we agree with CASACs who clearly state that the W126 metric cannot be confidently met using the primary standard's current form, and that this is strong rationale for a distinct secondary standard in the PA. The need to address climate change is urgent, and the secondary ozone standard should reflect the most recent science, including the latest IPCC assessment. However, to date, a specific secondary ozone standard metric to protect against science-derived climate impact endpoints has yet to be advanced. So while we strongly agree with CASAC's recommendations that temperature be removed from the temperature, precipitation, and related climate variables category and added to the radiative forcing category for causal determination, this should not be a reason to reopen the ISA, and instead this letter provides advice that should be considered in informing the PA and in future ozone reviews. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. Any comments or questions from anyone on the panel? Okay, seeing no hands, I'll turn it back over to Aaron to introduce the next speaker.
Okay, our last speaker will be Josh Berman with Sierra Club.
Thank you. Members of the CASAC Ozone Panel, thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments. I think after what you heard from the prior 5 speakers, these will probably come as no surprise. My name is Josh Berman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club, the nation's oldest and largest grassroots environmental organization. Sierra Club appreciates CASAC's thoughtful recommendations regarding EPA's 2020 Integrated Science Assessment. Given that we are now nearly 7 months into CASAC's review process, and that CASAC's critiques of the ISA have the potential to result in significant further prolongation of the process if EPA responds by making changes to its science assessment, Sierra Club urges CASAC in its final letter to expressly state that it does not recommend EPA revise the 2020 ISA before continuing the current reconsideration. Consistent with making that statement, we also urge CASAC to clearly distinguish between issues that could be addressed and remedied in future science reviews and those that require changes that should be applied in EPA's final policy assessment in this reconsideration. By way of illustration, in its discussion of long-term exposures and cardiovascular effects, CASAC's draft notes that, quote, notes the quote consensus that the selection of studies to include and exclude needs to be better justified in future reviews, end quote. Many of the causality determinations, including long-term exposure and cardiovascular effects, have played little role in the setting of the primary or secondary standards. The causality determinations that have played the largest role in setting the primary standard, those regarding ozone and short-term respiratory effects, are well established. Sierra Club urges CASAC to state explicitly that EPA need not update the ISA to revisit the causality determinations at this time and can address CASAC's advice on those determinations in future reviews. In contrast, a number of points of strong consensus from CASAC's draft letter are highly relevant to EPA's policy assessment and speak directly to issues that have been central to EPA's recent ozone standard setting. For example, CASAC's draft details a host of reasons why ozone-controlled human exposure studies, quote, may underestimate or miss ozone effects at low concentrations, end quote. And significantly, CASAC found that, quote, when evaluating ozone health effects at low concentrations and in at-risk groups, epidemiological findings should be considered to be just as or even more relevant than the CAG findings in determining a no-effect exposure level. Similarly, for the secondary standard, CASAC's draft letter notes the, quote, strong consensus of CASAC members that the evidence in the ISA, quote, continues to provide robust support for alternate forms of the secondary standard in the PA. These limitations directly implicate EPA's draft policy assessment, which placed little, if any, weight on non-chamber studies in its recommendations regarding the level of the primary standard, and continued to recommend retention of a secondary standard whose form mirrors that of the primary standard. To keep the reconsideration process moving forward in a timely manner, Sierra Club offers the following recommendations. 1, Sierra Club urges CASAC in its final letter on the science assessment to clarify that EPA should not reopen the ISA at this time, as this will significantly delay EPA's reconsideration of the 2020 ozone standards and does not appear necessary to critiquing key elements of the draft policy assessment. 2, after finalizing its letter on the science assessment, Sierra Club hopes that CASAC will move quickly to provide feedback on the draft PA, as a number of CASAC's critiques of the science assessment apply with equal or greater force to the policy assessment. Finally, 3, Sierra Club hopes that EPA will await CASAC's complete feedback on the policy assessment before undertaking to revise and finalize that document, as we believe this will result in the most efficient reconsideration process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Josh Berman? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. And I think, Aaron, you said that was the last public speaker. So I will, yeah, so we will proceed with the rest of the meeting. So I wanted to make some introductory remarks and then review the agenda. So as the public speakers have emphasized, and you likely recall, the purpose of our September meeting was to review the final 2020 ozone ISA in order to help us prepare for our future deliberation on a policy assessment. And this is part of the ozone consideration that was announced by the agency a little over a year ago, October 29th, 2021. In that announcement, the agency said, EPA will reconsider the decision to retain the ozone NAAQS in a manner that adheres to rigorous standards of scientific integrity and provides ample opportunities for public input and engagement. This action reflects the agency's renewed commitment to a rigorous NAAQS review process with a focus on protecting scientific integrity. EPA will ensure the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee is fully equipped to advise the administrator and will reinstall an ozone panel to provide targeted expertise and advice as requested by the CASAC itself. EPA is targeting the end of 2023 to complete this reconsideration. So I wanted to say that the CASAC has been committed to providing both a rigorous scientific review, and also to providing the agency with timely advice so the reconsideration can be completed by the end of 2023. Navigating this reconsideration efficiently has been a true challenge, given it is not following the normal script for CASAC reviews, necessitating our consideration of the process as well. Last spring, CASAC had to decide whether we were prepared to review a draft policy assessment for the reconsideration without first considering the science. In June, the CASAC decided that the scientific review was an essential first step. Our current challenge is to appropriately focus and tune our advice about the final 2020 ISA, given that we already have received a draft policy assessment document from EPA, a document which many of us have also read. It is not our intent to advise EPA to halt the ozone reconsideration and start up a new review. Because some of the texts in our October 25th draft document could be interpreted through this lens, I developed an extensive set of proposed edits over the weekend that we will consider concurrently with the draft document. But first, in order for us to advise EPA most effectively, I think it is important for us to have a better understanding of the next steps in the reconsideration. Thus, I now invite EPA staff from the Office of Air Quality Planning and Standards to share with us their vision for the next steps of the reconsideration. I believe this will help us have the most productive conversation over the next 2 meeting days, ensuring that we provide the most salient advice to the agency. Is there someone from EPA who would like to speak now, please?
Good morning, Leanne. Good morning, everyone. So thank you for the question, and thank you also for teeing up so clearly, I think, the situation that we find ourselves in. And I'm happy to provide whatever clarity that I can, and I think Steve Dutton would be happy to do the same from the ORD standpoint to clarify, our process and our current thinking. I will say that I'm not sure that our current plan is entirely clear, because the draft letter left us with many questions about exactly what the CASAC intended with regard to the need to revise some of the scientific findings or scientific aspects of the ISA. So I think the first procedural step that we would want to clarify and to pursue would be any changes to the science that need to be updated. If there are alterations or changes, there's more than one way in which we could accomplish that. I'll let Steve speak to that. If the ISA is affirmed as the appropriate scientific basis for the review, then EPA would take the existing document along with any advice or input that the CASAC provides, and take a fresh look at the policy assessment and determine whether the existing document that we sent to the committee in April is the one that we would suggest starting with in terms of a review, or whether there are some changes that we would want to introduce prior to your review. So from our perspective, it really depends on the outcome of this meeting, I think, and the letter that you send us. Steve, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, thank you, Erica, and thank you, Leanne. I think in looking over some of the sort of draft proposed language that both you, Leanne, and the rest of the panel have provided already, I think this next couple of days will be very good discussion to get some of that clarity that we're looking for. And as Erica mentioned, really what we're looking for is clarity and distinction between recommendations on the science that is needed right now for the agency to move forward with our decisions under this reconsideration, versus things that we would consider for future reviews of not only the ozone NACs, but other NACs as well. So, clearly any clarity that you can provide around those two recommendations would be very helpful to us. And both of those are very useful to us. They're both very helpful to get your advice on things that for this reconsideration, but also for things that we can consider in the future. We take both of those very, very, we consider them very carefully in our future steps.
Okay, thank you for both of you for that. Before I proceed and we start our deliberation, are there any questions or comments from anyone from the panel? Okay, I think that's been helpful framing for us because navigating this process has certainly been a challenge. So now we're going to turn our attention to deliberating on our draft document, and we're going to go line by line, well, actually chunk by chunk through this. And concurrently, we will consider my proposed revisions document that was made public this morning, along with other proposed revisions that panel members offer. And I have quite a few notes about proposals that people provided prior to today. That hopefully I will help us flag it, but please, I encourage everyone on the panel to also bring up anything, whether you have provided it in advance or not. And also if there's anything based on what you've already heard this morning that you can suggest for improvements above and beyond the suggestions that have already been made, that'll all be incredibly useful as we finalize this document. So as is our normal practice, we're going to start with the consensus comments. And once we complete this part of the document, we'll review the draft letter to the administrator. I do note that due to some panel member availability, I might deviate from this planned order somewhat, depending upon the time when we reach the last two sections of the consensus comments. So before we start, are there any questions about the process or anything else? Okay, seeing none, we will start on the consensus documents, document page 1, which is about Appendix 1. It's on page 1 and 2. And I'm going to skip over, by the way, I'm going to skip over the proposed new introduction since that's identical in the letter to the administrator, and we'll get to it when we get to that. So we'll just go through the specific discussion questions. And is there anything on page 1 that anyone would like to discuss? I had two proposals in the document that I sent that you all received this morning. One, several inserting in a future review in several places on line 14, 30, and 36. And also the text about the exceptional events that was on lines 39 to 42, and the proposed revision would read, also, a future ISA should discuss how exceptional event designations are handled in the EPA ozone measurement database used in epidemiology studies and exposure assessments, and whether there is potential for bias. So, any additional comments or questions about this page? Christina.
I just am trying to find the right document. So can you reiterate exactly which document this is?
Yes. So this is the PDF file that Aaron sent to you and made public on October 25th. It's let's see, the electronic version is called 10/25/22 Draft CASAC Ozone ISA Report. And we are actually, if you're on the electronic version, let me tell you, we are actually on page 10 of that document. It reads page 1 on the bottom, which is why it's easy to get confused.
Okay, thank you. I found it.
Yeah. No, this always happens. There's always a little bit of confusion getting started. And so thank you for making sure that we're all on the same page. Any discussion, questions, comments on this page?
Hey, Leanne,
Yes.
this is Jim. No, I'm good with all the comments. I was the lead author for this section. I also know that you shortened the last sentence. Details can be found in Dr. Boylan's individual comments, and I'm good with that as well. So just want to say I'm good with all the comments you recommended.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that's on page 2. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, that's fine, no problem. And that's also in my document that was shared this morning, that specific change. All right, so I think we're done with Appendix 1, unless anybody has any further comments. I'm going to move on to appendices. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a lot to keep track of. We're going to move on to appendices 1 and 2. So that's on page 2 to 3. And I'll start. There was only one suggested edit in the document I shared, and that was on page 3, line 18. And that was to address Mark Frampton's very appropriate comment about exposure assignment and replace that with exposure generation, which is what I think we meant. But it was certainly could be read not differently the way it was written. So that's the only proposed change in that appendix. Does anybody have additional questions or comments? Michelle?
Yeah, sorry. I think I don't know if George's hand went up right before mine.
No, you're on, Michelle.
I'll go ahead. Okay. I just want to make sure. So I'm on page, there's no page numbers on the document.
Wait, there's no page numbers on the letter, but if you skip forward if you're on the electronic version, you skip forward to page, I think we're now on page 11.
Yay. Okay, great. I'm just now catching up with where we are. So thank you.
Yes, I hear you.
I have it. I guess my general question is, the phrase exposure assignment is something we use a lot. The phrase exposure generation is something that I think is going to be a little bit confusing to people. I'm glad to go with this suggested new language, if that's what the committee collectively would like to do. But I just want to raise some possible interpretation challenges with the phrasing exposure generation to people who are outside of the field. That's my comment.
Thank you. We have a lot of hands up, so let's go through them and maybe this will become clearer. George.
Well, I second Michelle's comment on that one. It is a little confusing. This is minor, but I think it is worth looking at. Page 2, line 38. The word similarly, whenever I read this, I get confused. I would suggest changing similarly to conversely, because it's kind of flipping it. Would just make it read, be more clear. A minor point, but I think it is less confusing.
Okay. And Aaron, I assume, given the number of things I'm trying to keep track of, that you're taking notes on all this.
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. Jeremy.
Yeah, I just want to kind of weigh in on the generation versus assignment question. I think the genesis of that was actually kind of different. I do remember that our discussion involved the fact that there was actually a really good discussion within the document about exposure error associated with the use of various metrics and biases, but exposures in CHE studies were not one of the metrics that were considered in this discussion of bias and how that kind of propagates through the health effect studies. So I remember that a suggestion, it actually might have been my suggestion, that the exposures that are encountered, they're experienced within a chamber, also be one of the metrics that's considered within a broader discussion of uncertainties and biases as they propagate through the health effect studies. So I do appreciate Mark's comment about, exposure generation within a chamber perhaps being, important to consider and maybe not sufficiently addressed. But maybe that was where this language kind of crept in from some of those comments.
Yeah, so I think Mark's comment, and Mark, let me know if you want to speak for yourself, but my understanding is, in controlled exposure studies, exposure assignment is about the random assignment in a randomized study. And that's not what we're talking about, but that could certainly be interpreted as that. As I'm looking, thank you for that clarification, Jeremy. As I'm looking at that, I wonder if just deleting the words assignment approaches or metric, assignment approaches, and just saying exposure metrics used in would be adequate. And that's actually closer to your intent and not adding confusion. Is that right?
I think that would help a lot. Yeah.
Okay. So we'll change my recommended change to just delete those 3 words. Jim.
Yeah. Could I'm sorry. I'm having trouble finding raise the hand thing on my video here. Anybody help me with that? Not seeing it or finding it.
Under reactions.
If you're on a computer, the Alt-Y key raises your hand on a PC.
Oh, that's a good
Alt-Y.
one to know.
Yep.
No wonder why you get your comments in so quickly.
That's right.
Yeah, really.
If it's a Mac, it's Option Y.
Okay. We all learned something. So Mark, you wanted to say something.
There it is. All right. No, actually, I'm fine with those changes.
Okay. Jim Boylan, you have your hand up.
Yes, hi. I had a couple of comments in this section. Page 2, lines 36 to 38. Exposures to important photochemical ozone precursors, oxidants, and unreacted components that are associated with a specific source, such as petrochemical and industrial emissions, are not present in chamber studies. And while that's a true statement, I mean, I think the focus really should be on ozone and related photochemical oxidants, not ozone precursors and unreacted components, because they're not part of the review. So I was recommending to remove ozone precursors and unreacted components from the sentence because it's not really relevant to the policy assessment. Wanted to open that up. I have other comments, but should we take them one at a time, Leanne?
Yeah, let's do that. Mark, were you going to react to that, or we can't hear you?
No, sorry, I have a different comment.
Okay, all right. Let's defer that. Terry, were you going to react to that?
Yes, I agree with Jim. I found lines 36 to 41 a bit confusing. And so I agree with, I think it was his rewrite comments. I like that it cleared it up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Shall we go back to what your other comments, Jim?
Okay, so lines, same page 2, lines 38 to 41. The last sentence, I recommended taking out the last part of that sentence where it says, or fail to fully reflect exposure to biologically relevant ozone byproducts. And for the same reason, ozone byproducts are not part of the criteria pollutant. It's ozone and related photochemical oxidants. It's not ozone byproducts. And so for that reason, I was suggesting to take out the last part of that sentence.
What about just replacing ozone byproducts with related photochemical oxidants?
Well, the previous part of the sentence already says, may overstate true individual level exposures to total oxidants, or fail to fully reflect exposure to biologically relevant ozone byproducts. So I think it already mentions total oxidants. So I think that's, I mean, I thought that was already covered.
I see. I see.
So.
Does anyone have a comment on this? Jeremy, I see your hand up. Is that about this?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the discussion here is really about classes of, photochemical oxidants here. And, some of them are byproducts, some of them are precursors, some of them, so, it really is a question of if we agree with Jim's suggestion that, this is redundant, or if it just actually clarifies what we mean by total photochemical oxidants. So in our group there, these points were raised. I don't mean to put him on the spot, but I think Rick specifically added language relating to some of the byproducts that were included. I don't really care very strongly if they go in explicitly, but I think that they are included. They are included within this review and this ISA as as types of classes, subclasses of photochemical oxidants, and related more to how they're generated, but in their chemistry.
Jeremy, if the ozone byproducts are oxidants, would they not be included in total oxidants?
And again, it is a fair point in that they may be it might be redundant to kind of mention them again, but it does offer, I think, some clarification. I don't know if anyone else who participated in drafting this specific part of the letter wants to kind of weigh in or not. George.
Well, I think we don't mention, this is regarding indoor exposures. Ozone gets indoors, so there's all sorts of stuff it can react with. And, some of that potentially may not be good for you. We don't talk about it earlier, whether it's included as total oxidants. There could be products that aren't in what we normally consider total oxidants. Maybe this is the wrong place for that, but the concept that there may be other stuff going on in the indoor environment related to ozone, outdoor ozone coming indoors. Maybe that should be tucked away somewhere else. I don't know. I do know that when you grate lemon rind and ozone's coming in from outdoors, you create massive amounts of ultrafine particles. Now, those are not total oxidants, but they could be biologically relevant byproducts.
But George, those are particles. That's part of the PM exposure, not ozone exposure. Are we mixing pollutants here?
Well, there are cases where ozone can promote the growth of particles. We're a little bit out of off base on that one, but there are co-pollutant issues that you can see my comments about ozone apparently promoting ambient organic carbon formation in my individual comments from some work we did in Philadelphia 2 decades ago. So, is it in the purview of this NACS? No, but it's worth noting that there's stuff going on there that could be driving some of the health effects, the cardiovascular health effects that we are seeing in some of the studies that are driven by ozone, but may not be ozone or its oxidants per se. They could be particles coming along being promoted by the presence of ozone and oxidants. It's just something to keep in mind.
Okay, well, given some of the comments we had and what our focus is, since we're not asking to revise the 2020 ISA, and we're really giving advice for both future reviews as well as the upcoming policy assessment review, we probably want to think about this comment through that lens. Terry, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, my lens was just that this question is asking about the distinction between laboratory generated ozone and ambient. And it seems like in this consensus document, we're getting a little too detailed. Bringing up that there's other stuff out there is what is important and should be included, but a lot of this is getting too detailed, at least to me. That's just my bias.
Okay, thank you. Mark, were you also going to comment on this? Oh, you're muted.
Yes, now I'm not muted. Yeah, I had highlighted this whole paragraph because I didn't really understand it. I mean, I don't have a problem with taking off the last part of the sentence there as we've been talking about, but the beginning of that sentence where it's talking about given its surface reactivity, it's possible that ozone measured at stationary sites as a marker of population exposure. And then it talks about indoor microenvironments. So I don't get that. I mean, an outdoor monitoring sites, ambient monitoring sites are outdoors. Why are we talking about indoor microenvironments? And that's not even relevant to the next. So I just didn't understand this sentence.
Okay, Michael, you going to comment on this also?
Yes, well, I agree with Mark on that, about that last part of the paragraph. It just seems out of place. The other thing is that the focus of this paragraph is the difference between the exposures in chambers versus ambient. And that plays into the importance of not overemphasizing the CHS studies when trying to decide on causality. So I like the first part of it, and I like your correction, making it exposures to other photochemical oxidants are not present in chamber studies. And I think the paragraph should end there.
Okay, so and what would that be? That
So
would
on
line 35, it would be the last.
no, line 36 starts with exposures, and then modify that to say exposures to other photochemical oxidants are not present in chamber studies.
So you are saying keep everything through line 35, change line 36 to just directly say exposures to other photochemical oxidants are not present in chamber studies.
Right.
And drop everything else.
That would be my suggestion, yeah.
Thank you. Jeremy.
I'm okay with Mike's suggestion about taking out, that language. Let me tell you how I interpreted what was written. So I think that, and I can see how it's kind of confusing, but I think what we were trying to get at here, or what the letter's trying to get at here, is that that ozone measured at stationary ambient sites as an indicator of total photochemical oxidant exposure is also imperfect. Okay? And that some of the lack of concordance in the health effects results, especially those between CHE, those done in CHE settings and observational with ambient ozone, may be due also to the imperfections associated with using ambient ozone as an indicator of population exposure or individual exposure for that matter. So I think that it was kind of inelegantly phrased in this sentence, but to me, that's how I understood what the letter was trying to get at here. And I kind of added some language in a bit to the specific comment there that tried to convey that. But anyhow.
So are you saying then that aspect of what Michael suggested dropping should maybe be retained in some way, maybe a little more clearly?
Well, if it's retained, then yeah, then it should be reworded. I don't know, maybe if the committee feels that what I wrote later on is sufficient, or that's the more appropriate place where it goes, then I'm okay with that as well.
So what you wrote later on is later in this section, is that what you're saying?
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm kind of I'm sort of seeing like how the pendulum is shifting back. Like, okay, too much over reliance on CHE. Let's shift back to observational FE with the ambient stuff. Oh, wait a second. I'm just trying to say let's temper kind of our enthusiasm for those designs and kind of see each of these as having strengths and limitations here.
Okay. Okay, well, it sounds to me like this is an important point. So if you think it's adequately covered later, maybe you could point it out to us while we're thinking about it, where it is in the,
Yeah, so I did send this to you very belatedly, like right before the meeting started. It was.
I didn't see it.
No, I no, it was right before the meeting. So, I think that was, let me see. Yeah, that was, letter paragraph 4, page 2, lines 5 through 18.
Oh, so in the letter.
Yeah,
Not in the
consensus,
consensus.
not in the consensus, right? Yeah, you're right.
Oh, so there's something that should go in yeah, oh, I see. In there, these uncertainties in both lines of evidence make differential weighting extremely difficult. That's what you're getting at, that text. Okay.
I think that's what I was getting at. Aaron, you can tell me if I'm wrong.
So
I think we're gonna get to it, but yeah.
I'm thinking we don't want to get too bogged down on this, or we've got a lot to cover. So maybe we should flag this to come back to it, and people who worked on this section can think about whether there's some way to make sure that we address this juxtaposition of there's issues with both types of measurements in a clear way, and also that we make sure there's consistency between the letter and the consensus comments. So we'll come back to this. So Jim, you had another point, maybe?
Yeah, well, are we doing pages 2, 3, and 4 all at the same time, or are we kind of going page by page? Because the page 2, 3, and 4 is where the bulk of my comments are going to be, and I have a number more comments on those sections. So,
well, we're doing. We started on page 2 of appendix 1 and 2. And we can either continue to the end of that section, which is on page 3, not on page 4, or we can check and see if Mark's got something on page 2 first. But either way is fine with me.
So for page 2,
I'm sorry, on page 2, I was just going to concur that that last sentence that we were just talking about at the bottom of page 2, it does sound like an important point to include. I know we're going to come back to this, but given that, if that could be reworded and explained better, I think should be included. We don't want to have something in the letter that's not in the consensus comment.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's come back to that. And Aaron, if you can help me keep track of anything we need to come back to so we don't overlook it. I think now we're on to page 3, and anything additional you have, Jim.
So I guess we're just doing up to the rest of this section.
That's
so
correct. I think we're going we're going section by section and within section by section page. But we can certainly spill over with this section, but I don't think we should spill over into a new section until we've completed each separate section.
Yep, sounds good. So I had one more comment on this section, page 3, lines 5 to 6. The part of the sentence that says, especially when the inconsistencies are used to weaken confidence in health risk attributions or causal determination status. I recommend removing that because I believe it is okay to use inconsistencies to do that. So my recommendation is to remove that part of the sentence, or well, that's my recommendation.
Yeah, we're probably going to need to discuss this one because there's hopefully a number of points of view on this one. George.
Yeah, this is something that is important to me. the way I see it is that the CHE results, which aren't using ambient ozone with all its other oxidants, you could argue they're not appropriate, and given that it is just pure ozone, and that inconsistency, using the negative findings from those CHE exposures to weaken the overall confidence in health risk seems problematic to me, because we know it's not reflecting in many ways, as detailed elsewhere, real world people and exposure. So that's why I thought that I think I actually brought this up at one point after some of the EPA staff comments, that I was concerned about using the CHE to drag down the causal determinations, given all the concerns we have about those exposures and the populations that are tested under those exposures.
Yeah. Did you want to follow up on that? Oh, no, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think for me, the question here really depends upon what is causing this. What's the source of these uncertainties? Not all uncertainties are the same. Is there something that's inherent in the design itself, in the study design itself, where we would expect for there to be differences and perhaps even uncertainty, just based on how that design is structured, that is conducted? Or is it just that the science itself and the results that we see are equivocal? And that is a variability or an uncertainty that I think that should be used to begin questions regarding inference. But I think that a lot of what we're debating here, especially with regard to the differential weighting of the results from CHE and EPI or observational activities, are that yes, we wouldn't really expect there to see concordance or even within EPI designs themselves, because that's how they're designed. I mean, and so I think that I don't want to parse it too much, but I do think that there is a difference in terms of what is the source of that uncertainty. I don't know how to convey it, and I don't know how to convey it without causing more confusion, or muddling it more. But I do believe that that's some of what we're arguing about or discussing right now.
Right. Thank you for that. Mark, did you want to help with this?
Yes, this is probably the main point that I want to chime in on with regards to this report. And I think we've gone way too heavy on downplaying the human studies here in terms of causality determination. I think the ozone respiratory effects are the classic example of a health effect that meets the causality requirements. You've got concordance, you've got a mechanism, you've got consistency, and the place where the ISA falls down is not on overemphasizing CHE studies. It falls down on not talking about the differences of the exposure levels at which effects are seen. So I am very much against making blanket statements about what kind of study should be emphasized. And I think we have to be very careful about that. I think the emphasis problem was in the PA in making inferences about what kind of health effects are happening at what exposure concentrations based on the human studies. That's a different issue than causality. And I think if you have lots of epidemiological evidence, but you don't have any human study or animal study to support that evidence, then it's a very much uncertainty, and you're not going to establish causality in that kind of a situation. Now, so yes, there are all these uncertainties, and EPA needs to consider that negative human studies might be because we're exposing people to pure ozone and not all these other things, but we don't know that for sure. What we do know is that pure ozone in the chamber causes respiratory effects, lung function changes, airway inflammation, airway injury, and that those kind of changes can have systemic effects. Those are the kind of effects we're talking about that we would expect oxidants to have based on our understanding of mechanisms. So I think if you have solidly negative human studies, then that has to weaken the causality determination, but within the caveats and uncertainties that we've been talking about. So I agree with Jim. I think we need to take out that language. If you have inconsistencies in evidence, then that has to weaken the causality determination. And I think so. My point is that I don't think the ISA overemphasizes the human studies. I think it fails to explore the possible reasons for the discrepancy in effects at certain levels, certain concentrations. And we've made that point, I think, very well. But I think all this language about how the ISA overemphasizes the human studies, that's not true. It's the PA that overemphasizes the human studies.
I'm not sure I completely agree with you, given what leveraging what Jeremy said. I mean, you can't get certain evidence from certain types of data and certain types of studies. You just can't get it. Terry.
I, on the other hand, agree with Mark, maybe not 100%, but pretty close. So I was going to bring up the same thing. It sounds like we're de-emphasizing controlled human exposure studies too much. NOx and SOx actually rely on the controlled human exposure studies for the concentration response data that's, I think, was used in the PA. Maybe that was 2 PAs ago, but that occurred. So I just want to make sure that our language is very careful, as Mark was pointing out, that we don't add now CATs as if they don't provide important data. And for some NACs, they provide very important concentration response data. So I think we just have to be careful.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think trying to do was saying if they show evidence of effects, we believe it. But if they show if they don't show evidence of effects, I mean, absence of effects is not evidence of absence. And I think that's what we were trying to get at, was that point. So Jennifer, maybe you can help.
Well, I think I was just going to echo what you just said, Leanne, that I mean, I do agree that some of the statements about the controlled human exposure studies may be a bit strong in terms of dismissing the evidence from those studies. And I think we need to be careful about blanket statements in any direction, because that will usually trip us up if we try to make a blanket statement. But I do think that we did have concerns, and I specifically have concerns about both the causality, evaluating the evidence for causality, as well as for the PA. So certainly, I think it's relevant for both. And I would add here for your consideration that in the same vein, I think that you were just saying, Leanne, that the absence of the effect within a controlled human exposure study should not necessarily always weaken any evidence that we see from the epidemiology. It may, depending on, going deeper into it and looking at why this might happen, it may or may not weaken it. But I don't think we should have blanket statements in either direction. Basically.
Yeah, that's a good restatement of what I was trying to say and tempers what I was saying a little bit. I agree with that. Absolutely. Everything has to be taken in context and balanced. And my real concern is these blanket statements.
Yeah, and just to finish out, so it seems like we're on the same page there. I do think we do want to point out in some cases, I think for the causality arguments, that there may be some overemphasis in the ISA on the controlled human exposure studies, where they seem to negate what you're seeing in the epidemiology. But, I do want to avoid these blanket statements, but we can maybe point to specific examples.
Okay, and while I'm going to call on George next, but it's hard to rewrite stuff on the fly and chair a meeting. So anybody who can propose some revised language while we're talking would be super helpful, so we can move forward. George.
Well, we may need to tone it down somewhat, but I remain concerned to Mark's comments. It's not the levels that I'm thinking about. It's the composition, the chemical composition stuff, the non-ozone oxidants that I find lacking in the CHE. And actually, this is relevant to the ISA, since this whole discussion drives the causal categories, and of course then that drives how much attention things get downstream in the PA. To Terry's comment, and Mark's, absolutely there are some pollutants where controlled human exposure studies are fine, and that certainly goes probably for the ozone respiratory effects. It certainly goes for the NOx and SO2. It makes perfect sense, but the point I'm trying to make here is that ozone is different because, it's an indicator for total oxidants, and there apparently can be a fair amount of other stuff besides ozone in ambient air that the chamber studies just simply aren't looking at. And some of them are potentially, have potentially substantial health effects. This is an area where we absolutely need more work. It's fuzzy right now, and I agree that we're lacking some of the legs of the stool that we normally use. The cardiovascular morbidity and ER visits, hospital admissions, etc., biological mechanisms, toxicity. Those are pieces that are, at least partially missing, and I agree that is an important consideration, and that's maybe one reason why it's likely causal instead of causal, at least in some people's minds. But I just wanted to throw that out there.
All right, thank you. And what I'd like us to do, I have two more hands up, and if we can propose some language now, otherwise I'm going to flag it and have us come back to it. Terry.
Well, I just, my memory is not great, but I do remember way back there were a lot of, let's call them trailer studies, where they had people in trailers in Southern California, and they found out that they were tolerant if they lived in Southern California, so they brought in people from Canada. So everything we're complaining about, I think a lot of those studies were done back in the 60s and 70s. Maybe someone from EPA or on the panel remembers them better than I do. But every concern that we have, George, they tried to address in those studies, using complex mixtures in the controlled human exposure studies.
Maybe we need to go back and look at them.
Without making another 1,000-page criteria document, sure.
Okay, I'm not sure what we're going to do with that, Terry. Jim.
So I know George talked a lot about composition, and I have comments on that, but I think that was talked more about in the next section, so I'll save those for the next section. But I would go back to my original proposal to just eliminate the last part of that sentence, because the first part of the sentence says CASAC advocates for a cautious approach when interpreting the differences or inconsistencies in the health effects associated with ozone, particularly with respect to epidemiology versus CHE studies. I would just say period and end the sentence. That would be my recommendation for rewrite.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Terry, I think your hand's still up. Christina.
So this is a really good discussion and very important points that we're going to be thinking about for the policy assessment. So, this is especially important for the causality determination, which impacts the policy assessment. So with the changes between the previous ISA and with this one, in terms of the short-term exposure, the short-term causality determination of likely causal as opposed to causal, how does that change, or does that change its inclusion in the policy assessment?
No, not much.
Okay. Thank you.
The big gap is between suggestive and likely causal.
Okay. All right. Because that's just an important in terms of us figuring out the language and how specific we need to be, because we're still going to be including all of these same exposures and outcomes for the policy assessment, which is an important distinction, for me.
Okay, thank you. Ed.
Because I was a part of some of those studies that Terry referred to. I think this is sort of a side element here, but I think it's maybe important commentary. I think in the interest of accuracy, the trailer studies looking at issues of tolerance were separate from the issues looking at the Canadians versus the Southern Californians in terms of exposures. And those were two widely different studies. But the point is that the tolerance had to do with repeated exposures in development, not necessarily because of the other photochemical oxidants that were outside, in addition to ozone. Still, I think the points that are being raised and discussed here are relevant. I do think that it is important to keep in mind, and maybe we just need to think about how we make it clear in the consensus and or in the letter to the administrator, that each of these elements, that is control chamber studies, epidemiology, animals, toxicology work, and bench work, each of them have value, each of them have overlapping domains of contributions, but no one surpasses or overwhelms the other. And I think sometimes in the way we described it and present the data, one is overemphasized to the exclusion of others.
Okay, thank you. We have a language revision on the table to just strike the text, especially when inconsistencies are used to weaken confidence in health risk attribution or causal determination status. And I've heard a couple of general statements that people are uncomfortable making blanket statements, and that's a fairly blanket statement. So are we comfortable just striking that? Does anybody object? Okay, so we've done that. And are we done with this section now? Anybody have anything else in Appendix 1 and 2, pages 2 to 3? All right, we're moving on now. Mark, did you want to say something before we move on? Or you
yes,
say something for the next section?
No, this is in this section. Yeah, it's line 22, the last paragraph in that section. Again, my comment here was I wasn't clear about the point that was being made in this paragraph. CHE and panel studies, which include summer camp and other outdoor personal exposure assessments, are addressed briefly in Appendix 2. Given this, the CASAC does not find that these designs provide much insight. addressing this specific discussion point. I wasn't clear about what discussion point.
So the
or what-
discussion point is got to be the one for appendices 1 and 2 that was at the beginning of, well, it's actually right above the text in the document, the italicized text. It's that's on line 10 to 12.
Yeah, this panel should focus its attention on the evidence of informed consideration. Yes. So I guess what point is being made here? Why are we focusing on CHE and panel studies in this paragraph?
So Jeremy, I think I'm gonna let you answer.
So I think Mark, it just is that it's that this was an attempt to address that specific charge part of the charge question here, which is we want, the committee to kind of weigh in on the relative benefit or what do the contribution of these types of designs, including the summer camp studies, on this specific question. So I don't know if it clearly is confusing because you didn't understand it as such, but I think that was our group's attempt to say, well, these studies actually don't really inform this specific question too much. It's not even actually addressed, so yeah, that's right.
So, I mean, I would favor taking this paragraph out.
I mean, it's fine. It does, you're right. It's not, it's just basically says we can't, it's basically our way of saying we can't really address this question that was posed to us, this charge question.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, let's drop it then. Again, keeping in mind that what we're trying to do is advise EPA on this reconsideration, which has got to do with the future policy assessment, as well as future reviews of both ozone, but also any other pollutant. I think it sounds like this is not that key a point. So Terry, did you have further comments?
It's not clear. So the next section is that part of it? It says health effects overarching. Is that the next two appendices?
So what happened was there were 3 or 4, I can't remember exactly how many appendices that were about health effects. Okay. And we assigned different ones to different people, and some of the comments were made repeatedly. So when I edited the document after you all had provided your consensus comments, what I decided to do was consolidate some of the overarching points that were made repeatedly across multiple health endpoints, classes of health endpoints, into this health effects overarching comments. And then we get into the separate appendices. So when we're done with appendix 1 and 2 charge discussion point, then we're going to move on to that. And that's what we're poised to do now. Jeremy, did you want to say something more before?
Yeah, just in response, as you were kind of concluding your remarks, you stimulated me to kind of chime in here, but I agree that we could take that out, and I'm okay with it. But if we are actually kind of thinking about informing future ozone ISAs, I think that some language about the necessity or the need to actually look at and perhaps design, panel-based studies, might be important, or it might be another kind of tool that can be used to inform these questions. It's a sheepishly self-serving comment because I do these kind of studies a lot, but I do think that maybe instead of saying what was said, which is that we can't really comment on it because these studies are good, to say something to that effect. That
all right, that's a good suggestion. Why I'm going to ask you and whoever else in your subgroup you want to engage to craft a replacement text and bring it back to us. And we'll flag that for coming back to it. All right. So now we are on to health effects overarching comments, which, as I just in my response to Terry said, was actually an added section that I added before we launch into the separate discussion points, because certain points were being made repeatedly. And I know when you all were drafting your comments, that was a bit of a struggle you were having. Oh, this is probably covered in some other health endpoints. So how much do I say here? So anyway, what we did was we consolidated everything into the overarching comments, which are predominantly about the relative weighting of the controlled human exposure and epidemiologic studies, as well as the PICO statements with respect to geography. And so these are on pages 3 and 4. And let's start with the subset of it that focus on the controlled human exposure studies, which is the bulk of the text. At least as written in the 1025th document. And so, let's see, I had provided comments to add some in future reviews to make it clear that we weren't, even though our preamble paragraph, which we'll get into, also very explicitly says we're not asking to reopen the ISA, but also sprinkled throughout the document in future reviews. If given the distinction between an upcoming review of the policy assessment versus future scientific reviews, some of the in future reviews language that I proposed inserting, we might want to think about whether we refine that or we just leave it general. We also have on page 3, line 36, revising the sentence to, this is about controlled human exposure studies, to say, they are, however, routinely performed on a healthy study population, where it is widely accepted that similar sized responses are more likely to be of clinical consequence in people with underlying illness, and thus there may be more clinically important effects in the general population or in a susceptible subpopulation with comorbidities. And maybe we'll stick with page 3 for now, and that point, and anything else that anybody wants to bring up. Terry.
Yeah, it's just lines 39 and 40, given the discussion we've had. Is everybody comfortable with the language there? ISA places too much reliance, and causality determinants should not rely.
Well, I'm up next and I'm not comfortable with that, but I'll see if others speak and I have other comments.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Mark.
Yeah, and I'm not comfortable with that either. I would take that out.
Take out the whole sentence.
Yeah, or
39 to 40.
Well, certainly the statement that thus CASAC finds that the ISA places too much reliance upon the CHE studies. The second part of that sentence, that the basis for causality determination should not rely on findings only in the healthiest of the population, certainly is true and could be kept, but so that's a fair comment to make. We certainly make that point elsewhere in the letter, but this would be consistent with that statement that we've made elsewhere.
All right, so you're proposing on line 39 that we strike the 2020 ISA places too much reliance upon the CHE studies, and that.
Yes.
Thank you. And George.
Oh my, let's see, I may be becoming a little bit of an outlier here, but would it be possible to leave some of those words in and maybe turn them down a bit? Or is it too wishy-washy? If we were to say 2020 ISA may place too much reliance, or is that just garbage wording?
Well, what it does accomplish is sort of keeping the point without making such a broad blanket statement, which I think we've heard multiple people express concern about. And in fact, every situation, there's some nuance that needs to be considered. So avoiding that broad blanket statement does seem appropriate. Let's see what other people have to say. Jennifer?
Yeah, I would vote for keeping it in some form, to make a point that perhaps in some places there is too much reliance on the CHE studies. But again, I don't think it's everywhere, but I do think there may be some places where it is, or yeah, maybe we can think about some other language to keep it in there, but not make it so broad to make it they seem like we should discount the CHE studies, because I don't want to imply that either.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, maybe it's to recommend more of a balance when evaluating the different types of studies.
Okay, thank you. And again, if anyone has proposed alternate language we can discuss while we're talking, that would be helpful. Michael.
Yeah, this is just a minor thing, but I think it changes the emphasis a little bit. So changing 39 or 40 to read, thus the CASAC finds that the basis for causality determinations should not rely only on findings in the healthiest of population. And I think that sort of brings in that other things should be considered.
Well, you're just moving only over a couple of words, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it already says on findings only in the healthiest of the population.
Well, the other concern I would have is the point Mark made earlier, which is controlled human exposure studies that are only in healthy people actually are very definitive for respiratory effects. So that's probably good enough in that case. So, Michael, your proposed wording might rule that out, and that would be a concern.
Okay.
Jennifer, did you put your hand back up? No. Mark, did you put your...
Yes, and now do I remember what I wanted to say? Oh, so yes. So I think I would be curious to hear from other panel members where they think the ISA places too much, in what way is the ISA placing too much reliance on the CHE studies? We've talked about the fact that it's only ozone, but I assume we're talking about cardiovascular effects here. We're certainly not talking about short-term respiratory effects. So the issue comes really to the cardiovascular effects, and where we had initially when the 2020 the 2013 ISA, there were a few human cardiovascular studies from the EPA that seemed to show some effects on heart rate variability and on coagulation studies, but nobody else has been able to reproduce that. And there's been several studies looking at cardiovascular markers in mostly healthy people that were pretty negative in terms of these findings, including the Moses study, which is the biggest human clinical study. So to me, I thought that ISA presented all that data reasonably. Again, the only weakness was they didn't get into the fact that these were ozone-only exposures compared with the ambient. But the ISA really, it presented the science, I think. It didn't, to me, it didn't discount the epidemiology. It should have talked more about the effect levels. but I thought it gave a balanced presentation of appropriate studies. I think some of us disagreed about the causality determination, the downgrading of the causality determination. But to me, that's where the disagreement was. And so if we're going to retain language about the reliance on the human studies, I think we need to specify that it's with regard to this change in causality determination for the cardiovascular effects. That's really what we're talking about here. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I agree.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. I do think that is specifically the area where a lot of this discussion came up, but I have to go back and look at some of my notes, but I think that also plays into some of the mortality causality determinations. And it really is it's the causality determinations. I think you're right. I do think the science is laid out pretty well. I completely agree with that. And it comes into the weighting with the causality determinations for the short-term cardiovascular, and I think also that led into the short-term mortality, where there was some doubts about the underlying mechanism that could have led to that.
Yeah, so maybe we could change this to say, that we don't have consensus on this. We could say some CASAC members felt that too much reliance was put upon the CHE studies with regard to the causality determinations for cardiovascular and mortality effects.
Yeah, that works.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is the text is back in with some CASAC members find and that the 2020 ISA places too much reliance upon the CHD studies with respect to cardiovascular and mortality effects. Okay, got through that one, I think. Jennifer, your hand's still up. Did you want to say something more?
Yes, it came back up. I completely agree with what you just said in that line. I do think that language may be relevant in some of the other areas, some of the other pieces of the document that we've been talking about, that level of specificity to clarify what the discussion has been.
Okay, and I asked you and everyone else that participated in some of these, in particular, but everyone who participated in the health effects discussion, to look for those places while we're going over this and try to add that specificity elsewhere so that we're clear about our advice. All right, Jim, you have patient. Yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't have I mean, that satisfies lines 39 and 40 on page 3, but I did have a comment on lines 32 and 34. Again, similarly, I disagree with that statement, so I don't know if we wanted to say some CASAC recommend or the majority of the CASAC recommend, but I actually thought the weighting was appropriate, so.
Anybody have any discussion on that? Do we just put some in there? Or do we try to address it? I mean, in general, I have no problem with us reaching different conclusions, but in general, I would like us to reach consensus wherever it's possible. And so just put that out there. That doesn't mean that we can't, of course, emphasize where we have differences of opinions. But Mark, did you want
to? I mean, I agree with Jim. I didn't flag this to begin with, but and it just gets at the same point. The problematic language for me is relative weighting. Again, I don't think that was a problem. And again, we must be talking here about specifically with regard to the cardiovascular and mortality effects. So yeah, I would favor changing that language.
So you favor just putting some CASAC, or do we want to try to do a broader change?
Well, I think preferably, I think it would be preferable to have language that we could all agree on. I mean, you could say here, and also recommends.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, maybe change that to suggests. And how about this? A CASAC suggests that EPA reconsider its approach in evaluating the findings from CHE and epidemiologic studies with regard to the cardiovascular and mortality outcomes.
Like
and,
that.
And keep the to reflect the relative strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's consistent with what we say elsewhere.
Okay.
Jim, would you be happy with that?
Yes.
Can you say that again, Leanne, or Mark or Leanne? What the
Hopefully
suggested
Leanne can, because I won't remember it.
I'll try, and you can correct me, Mark. The
Good.
CASAC suggests that the EPA reconsider its approach in evaluating the findings from CHE and epidemiologic studies in regard to cardiovascular disease and mortality to reflect the relative strengths and weaknesses of each type of design for informing the ozone and other photochemical oxidant standard.
And remember, it's in the transcript. If you ever just note the time, you can go back and grab the text from the transcript.
Okay, any objection to that? I see several hands up. I'm assuming there may be other things. Nobody's speaking up, so I'm going to assume that.
No, I actually, so for this, are we stating for this for future reviews or the current reviews? So seems like this is going to be for future.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that was, thank you for bringing that up. That was already a proposed addition that I sent over the weekend. So yes, that would be in there too. And I didn't read that. So thanks for that. Mark, you're still, hand's still up. Is that, okay. Terry. You're muted.
Thank you. Based on lines 39 and 40, those changes, we have to make sure that they still are in line with the next page, line 4 to 6, where we talk about EPA should be extremely cautious.
Okay.
We have to tone that down, and then as Christina said, we have to say, is this now or future?
Yeah, I think that was, my document already had some suggested revision on that, so maybe we'll move to page 4 now. We're still on the controlled human exposure subsection of it. So lines 2 to 6 were proposed to read. Let's see, where am I? In addition, the controlled human exposure studies focus on precise ozone exposures and would not include effects on the more complex interactions of ozone and co-pollutants on the human respiratory and cardiovascular systems. As a result, while they can be viewed as a line of evidence that is supportive to understanding mechanisms of disease in humans and in developing concordance across scientific disciplines, in future reviews, the EPA should be cautious in how it uses them to downgrade causality conclusions. So that's the proposed revision as of this weekend, but given our discussion, maybe we need more, I'm not sure. Thanks for bringing that up. Mark.
Yeah, the revisions are still a problem for me.
Okay.
That last sentence, as a result, while they can be viewed, that sentence, again, I would like to see that taken out.
So if we just delete,
starting with as a result.
wait a minute, well, the new text doesn't have those words. So I'm a little, oh, that's the, wait a minute.
I'm looking at,
Sorry, I'm a little bit lost. There's a lot.
Yeah.
Here. So you're just recommending deleting lines 4 to 6. And right now that text is, oh, I see, it's still, I'm sorry, it's, you want to remove that entire line.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone have any,
This is Jim. So I had that in my comments as well. In my written comments I was recommending to remove those lines as well. So I would concur with
okay.
Mark on that.
Thank you. Terry.
Yeah, my general comment was that this whole paragraph and the next table of 4 points is completely redundant. They're both, with these changes, they're both well written, but I just found them repeating. The table just outlines one by one what we just said.
Yeah, so that, yeah, I saw that and I wasn't sure. We merged, of course, people wrote different things and we merged them and maybe we didn't delete enough of what had been written separately. And it does seem like this must have been taken from the cardiovascular or mortality section and we're editing it to reflect that. And then so you're talking about lines 8 through 23 you thought were fine and duplicative. And I think that came out of the respiratory section. So my only concern, and maybe given how long we're spending on this, we should send some of us away to see how to merge the more complicated things, to not lose anything about some of the points we're making about the cardiovascular and mortality disease, to try to reduce redundancy. I think you are making an important point there.
And I did have a small point on point number 1, the last sentence. This informed consent bias seemed like an awfully minor point of potential bias to be telling as part of our consensus to the administrator. I would just recommend deleting it.
Okay, delete that unless anyone objects. Speak up now, please.
I'm sorry, which line was that?
That's lines 13 to 14 on point 1 on page 4.
Oh, okay. I still had comments back on the last section, but I'm fine
So
with.
what I'm going to propose we do, unless Ed's going to get us out of this, what I propose that we do is we say flag this for further discussion tomorrow and think about how we can distill this section into one more coherent thing to make sure that any of the points about cardiovascular disease and mortality that were in the first paragraph don't get lost in effectively dropping the first paragraph and just using the second one instead. That's what I'm going to propose that we do, because it's a little bit hard to wordsmith like this. So
okay,
better to send that forward and do that tomorrow. Ed, were you going to say something different?
No, I'm generally in agreement with that. My point was that in line with Jennifer's previous comments about, general statements and specificity where we can, I think I actually provided, or my group provided much of the 4 specific comments below. And so I would argue that, if where we can be specific in the consensus comments, this would be better. And then in the administrator's letter, we could make the more general statement that refers to this. I also was the one that included the issue about consent and how that those may differ who decline to participate. I don't want to take a lot of time to argue about it. I do think it is potentially true that you don't always know why people decline to participate and how they may or may not represent the total population. But it is a minor point. I'm willing to differ on that and exclude that. But it's another reason why I think potentially you're looking at different groups of people when you're looking at the controlled chamber exposures and the general population.
All right, great, thank you. Jennifer, did you want to comment on this?
I just wanted to comment. I think your idea is a good one to go rewrite this so we don't lose anything. I just want to make sure that the lines 4 through 6 are included in that we don't just agree to get rid of those before we do that rewrite.
Okay.
I consider them as part of that, along with the concerns that people have expressed about that sentence.
Yeah. And do I have any volunteers to try to work on this? To have the bandwidth over the next less than 24 hours to come up with something? Small group?
I can write, try to rewrite this lines, I guess, 1 through 22 in a way that makes maybe coherent, simpler sense.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe you could run it by a few people. I'm thinking yes. Jennifer, Mark, anybody else want to rate Terry? Anybody else going to raise their hand? Michael, did I see your hand go up? Yeah, run it by them too.
I can as well.
Jim too. Yeah, Jennifer, Mark, Michael, and Jim Boylan all volunteered to participate in this in the review of your proposed edits. Thank you, Ed, for volunteering to do that. Okay, so now I think we're on lines 25 to 30 of page 4.
Oh, actually, going back to the last section, I had 1 or 2 more comments.
Are they going to get addressed in this rewrite?
Well,
part of that group, or do you want to just air them now and then let us address them in the rewrite?
Well, I'll air them now and then they can be incorporated in the rewrite.
Okay.
I gotta find one. Again, on line 19, it talks about ozone reaction products. And then it says are explicitly included as part of the criteria air pollutants, but ozone reaction products are not included in the criteria pollutants. So again, I would recommend it says include other oxidants that and take out or ozone reaction products, because to me, that's not part of the criteria air pollutant.
Okay, that's similar to a previous comment we talked about. Thank you.
And my other comment is, which probably might need some discussion, is that I thought we needed a similar section to this one that talks about why ozone CHG studies may underestimate effects at low concentrations. I think we need a parallel section discussing why EPI studies may overestimate at low concentrations, which would include exposure measurement error and co-pollutants. So I thought to balance it out, it's not that one is always underestimating, it's that the other possibility is that the other one is overestimating. And so I think to give a balanced description of the situation, we need to include both of them. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, so I saw that comment and I was reflecting on it, Jim, and I felt like our discussion was focused on the controlled human exposure studies, and that we didn't have that much discussion on the epidemiology because I think we felt like EPA did a decent job covering it, and these points that we're bringing up for controlled human exposure studies we wanted to highlight because we didn't think that they were addressed as adequately. I think the reason we don't give parity to epi studies is because I don't think there was any concern there. And so there was nothing there to attend to. So I'm a little bit concerned about sort of revising our discussion from the September meeting to create parity. I mean, you're making a good point that there are also weaknesses in epi studies, and I don't think anybody in this panel is going to disagree with you there. But I'm not convinced that we need to highlight them in our letter. Now, that's my opinion, and I'm only one of many of us, so I'll leave it for others to.
So, I'd like to hear from others, but I'll add in, what goes in this and that same language ends up in the letter to the administrator. So the only thing the administrator reads is, how bad CHE studies are, and nothing's mentioned about epi studies, that there might be any possible issues with epi studies. That's not even really mentioned. So, I was thinking from the standpoint of the letter to the administrator, it was important to, provide a balance, say, yeah, they both have issues is the important. I think that's an important point. It's, and one was described much better in the ISA than the other. And I think additional description in the ISA would be helpful for CHE studies. But I just, in the letter to the administrator, when the administrator reads it, it's only presenting one side, unless we specifically say the ISA did a really good job of highlighting the issues with the epi studies. That's kind of what my thought was.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd like to hear from others.
Mark, did you want to discuss this point?
Yeah, I think Jim makes a good point, but I agree with you, Leanne, that I thought that the ISA did a good job at, in terms of presenting the epi and the remaining uncertainties that might be related to exposure error and other problems. And the real missing thing was a discussion of this discrepancy of exposure levels and the possible reasons for it. I would have no problem with adding a brief paragraph somewhere where we are talking about that, where we are suggesting or recommending that in future reviews that CASAC address this discrepancy in effect levels that and we're talking about the problems with the human exposure studies. Maybe adding a brief paragraph. There are also uncertainties with epi studies, but these were addressed adequately in the ISA.
Yeah, that sounds like a sentence to me, and that seems like a very reasonable sentence that addresses Jim's concerns.
I would be good with something like that, yes. And I guess we can work that out in the small group.
If the small group can figure out where to put it, yeah, we should. I think, and certainly while we're going through this, anyone that identifies a place to insert that sentence, both in the consensus comments and the letter now, otherwise we'll flag it to come back to figure out where to put it tomorrow. But yeah, the small group could do that. Jeremy, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, excuse me. I actually I hear what Jim is saying. I think that there actually is language, both in the letter and in the consensus statement. Actually, the part of the text that folks had problems with, or maybe Mark had problems with on page 2, not for us to go backwards, at the bottom of page 2, which I think in the end, we decided just to remove it, was an attempt to highlight the uncertainties associated with the epi studies themselves. And that they also may fail to kind of capture biologically relevant exposures or adequately represent population exposures. And in the letter itself, there is also language that highlights the respective uncertainties associated with epi studies as well as CHE studies. So I take that comment as valid, but I do think that there is language in there already. I don't want to kind of overemphasize that too much, but yeah, this document should not be about beating up the CHE studies unduly.
Yeah, so I guess, Ed, in the conjunction with this rewrite, if you could reflect on whether we need to, since the overarching comments, we were focused on CHE studies as one of them, whether we need to like balance that with a comment about epi there, or whether maybe we put back with maybe some revision, the text that Jeremy's referring to, or what makes sense. It definitely, we need it somewhere, and it may be, given that Jim felt like we didn't appear to have balance in our focus, maybe it does need to be in this section, even just a sentence, so that we acknowledge that we're not seeing a concern there. It was addressed. So anyway.
Yeah, I'll take that into consideration. Plan to include possibly a sentence here, because I do think it would be the appropriate place that when we're talking about one, we're talking about the other, so you don't have to go hunting around to try and find the different comparators throughout the letter.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Ed. So I think, are we done with the CHE section of the overarching comments?
Yeah, I have a comment. I gotta find my notes, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. So we're in lines 25 to 30. I
Right.
had 2 comments. I recommended adding a new sentence, and this new sentence has to do with, there's a lot of discussion of pure ozone in the CHE studies versus, real world ozone with other oxidants. But I thought it was, in a lot of the differences, it's implied that a lot of the differences is due to the other oxidants besides ozone, which we just don't know. I mean, nobody knows how much impact that is. So I thought it was important to add a sentence, and this is what I wrote. Since the ISA did not discuss the concentration or health impacts of related photochemical oxidants relative to ozone alone, and the significance of these differences is unknown, future reviews should thoroughly examine this topic. So one, it makes the statement that we don't know, is it 1% or 0.1% or 10%, these other oxidants, that it's uncertain and unknown, and then also the recommendation as a future research topic. So that's the sentence I'm proposing to stick in that last paragraph.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any comments or about that? And I see, so we can put that in, and I see there was also this wording, no effect. We heard public comments make commenters, and I changed it to no meaningful effect, which I still got pushback on because it wasn't clearly defined. So maybe no adverse effect or no clinically meaningful effect. Mark, can you help us as our physician? Got to turn you, yeah.
No, I can't help you. No, I don't know the right language for that. I think whether you say no meaningful effect or clinically meaningful effect or clinical effect, it's all equal uncertainty in my mind. Yeah, you could say clinically important. All of it is nebulous.
Well, how about clinically important?
I think that's as good a choice as any.
Mark, what do you think about the issue of at the current time or currently identified? Or, I mean, I think part of the issue is that as we continue to learn more, we find these subclinical things are really still important, just not previously appreciated as such.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think this is nebulous, and it's a problem regardless of what language you use, because everybody might have a different opinion about, and that's the EPA has that whole document about what's a health effect, and is a 2% change in FEV1 a health effect, which has been an argument for decades in terms of ozone. So it's not anything that we're going to have agreement on, but I think that the concerns about the language "no effect," given the shape of the exposure response curve in the EPI studies, is a reasonable one. So I think clinically important is just as good as anything. I don't have anything better, let's put it that way.
And Jim?
Yeah, so my comments was proposing to go a step further and remove the sentence. Because it's, again, a general statement on weighting. And, I think the weighting should be done on a case-by-case basis based on the strength of the specific evidence. And so I was proposing to remove the whole sentence.
Christina?
Yes, I mean, I think this is a meaningful sentence to keep, and with regards to the effect level, I would be most comfortable with having adverse, health effects, because definitely we found there to be some important subclinical effects, in lots of research studies, but adverse, I think it's something that may be a little more cross-cutting maybe than clinical.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with throwing adverse in there. But I disagree with Jim. I do think this is an important point. This is relevant to the PA. It's a different issue than weighting of epi versus human. It's really getting at what the exposure response curve looks like, and which was, to me, was a big gap in the ISA in not considering that discrepancy between the epi and the human exposure studies, and the PA ends up focusing on the human studies for both respiratory and cardiovascular in finding a no effect or no adverse effect level. So I think it's vital to keep this sentence in some form.
Okay, so I'm hearing keeping it. Catherine?
Yeah, I just want to concur that I think it is, the specificity is there and it's important to keep. And I like the term adverse as a more comprehensive and cross-cutting term.
Okay, thank you. Jennifer?
I was just going to weigh in and say I agree with keeping it. And another potential language to consider would be no measurable or measured adverse effect. We might also want to consider, sometimes the word effect has other connotations. These are really associations.
Let's see. Yeah, well, certainly in the epi studies.
Yeah, they're more than associations in the CHE.
So, Michael, are you going to get us to the answer?
Well, I don't know about that, but I'm just raising the question, does the idea of a no effect level imply that there's a threshold for ozone effects? And I don't know that the dose response curve tells us that there is a threshold. So I like the idea of saying a no detectable or no measurable adverse effect.
Okay, so we're talking about no measurable adverse effect. To try to stay away from an implicit threshold. And I'm hearing keeping the sentence in Mark.
So when you put, I don't like putting measurable in there because, you know, there's probably things that we can measure that don't represent an adverse health effect. And again, there'd be a lot of argument about what that might be, but I would prefer the language that refers to either clinically important or adversely something that reaches the level of adversity here. I think I agree with Michael that the no effect needs to be replaced because we don't have evidence for a threshold. But you know, we don't know where that at what level these health effects become clinically important. But the problem is that the epi and the controlled human exposure studies give us a very different view of where that might be on the dose response curve. But I think we need to go beyond a measurable effect. There are measurable effects that may not be adverse.
Okay. All right. So strike measurable. So right now we're more or less keeping the wording. Yeah, and replacing no effect with no adverse effect. And Jim, are you okay with keeping this sentence given what the explanations you've heard about the reasoning?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then we'll move on. And what I'm going to do is suggest that we finish the PICOs part of this section and then take a short break before we start on the respiratory. So we only have one more paragraph before we get a break. Let's see how quickly we can get through it. So where are we? So I suggested in future reviews, adding that in line 32, and then revising, sort of reformatting the text to provide numbered points of examples. My revised text starting on line 36. Instead of, for example, it gets replaced with 2 examples where the PICOs criteria in the 2020 ISA lack sufficient rationale are. And then 1, PICOs limits the cardiovascular relevant studies to North America, Europe, and Australia, which differs from the restriction to the US and Canada for respiratory endpoints. This difference is not justified. 2, the PICO structure excluded considerable research conducted in Asia that would be useful in addressing existing uncertainties, striking without a sufficient rationale, and then closing with more transparent and consistent eligibility criteria preferable for future application. Nobody, no hands have flown up. So it sounds like that's okay. Oh,
there are hands.
That's okay.
Spoke too soon. So my comment is perhaps adding after the point one, this difference is not justified, like in the document. It's
Uh-huh.
not that we're saying that it's not justified, but it's not justified there.
Oh, just put the
That's
word
what I'm
there
saying.
in there?
Right. So
Okay.
in the document, because if they provide justification, it may be acceptable, but there's not any justification there.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. And Jennifer?
Yeah, I do agree with what Christina just suggested. And I wanted to say I like your rewrite better. I do think it clarified because there were some places where the ISA did clearly justify the PCOS criteria. Just in these examples, it wasn't as clearly justified. So I like the rewrite.
All right, thank you. Okay, I don't see any more hands. I'm ready for a break. So let's take 5 minutes. And that my clock says 21 after, and so that would be 26 after. Hey, I hope that was a long enough break for people. I'm a little worried we're gonna run out of time. We do have another 4 hours tomorrow, but I was hoping we'd end early, but it's not looking like that at the moment. Let's see if we can move a little more quickly, but certainly anything that's controversial or needs careful vetting, we certainly need to spend that time. So we are now on the health effects respiratory appendix 3 section, which is in our consensus comments, is on page 5 and 6. And so let's start with just page 5. And I didn't have any suggested changes, so maybe this will go fast. We'll see. Anybody have any suggestions? Oh, I take that back. Let's see. I did flag to make sure we agreed with the text on where we said majority and minority of CASAC members. So let me look and highlight where that is. So for instance, line 21 and line 22 is one example. Then there were a couple of suggestions in the next paragraph we might want to discuss. Then line 35 and 40 were I flagged for making sure that we agreed with that. So Michael.
Yeah, I just have a couple of minor things, but on line 23, page 5, it says cite the remaining uncertainties. And I don't think, I think we need to be a little more clear about what uncertainties we're talking about. It's just sort of sitting there.
Okay, so this was just the minority of us who felt like likely to be causal was what we were agreeing with, as opposed to most of us thinking that it should be at least that, if not stronger. Well, no, it should be stronger, support a causal relationship. So maybe the people who have that perspective want to provide some detail. Mark.
I mean, it is stated there briefly, admittedly. It says cite the remaining uncertainties regarding co-pollutant confounding, including failure of some long-term studies to adjust for short-term exposures to ozone and inconsistent findings with mortality. And you know, to me, that's enough. It's treated in some detail in the ISA. And so I think it's clear what parts of the ISA that refers to. You know, if more detail is needed, we could refer to individual comments, but actually, I'm not sure any individual comments went in more detail than that. But to me, that's enough detail.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you. Any additional points, any of the minority versus majority that anybody wants to sort of feel like our discussion? We weren't always that specific in our discussion, and when I went through and refined the letter, I not everywhere, but some places I took out some and other and tried to put a little bit more reflection on what my recollection and notes was of our relative opinions. And so this is the respiratory section I thought was pretty clear. And so I made those changes. Terry.
It is a small one. The last, on line 41, where it says these CASAC members, that these confuse me. So I'm assuming it's referring to 3 sentences before the majority of CASAC members. So if you just replace these with the majority again, that's what it's referring to.
Okay. All right, thank you. So not hearing much discussion, I think we're on to page 6. And so, and there's also these CASAC members, at least, wait a minute. It's in 2 places in that paragraph. Yeah, so it's also on line 4, so we'll address that too. Okay, I don't have anything else flagged for this section. Any other comments on the respiratory section? Would the rest of this document be this fast? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to Appendix 4, which is on page 7 and most of page 8 of the document. And we'll start with the text that's on page 7. Maybe we'll restrict our attention at the moment to the short-term effects and line 25 in the document that I sent was to strike the sentence on line 25. The CASAC believes that in general, when epidemiologic evidence is available, these studies should be weighted more strongly. And we talked about this already, so we're just going to strike that sentence unless somebody wants to make other suggestions. Anything else in the short-term cardiovascular effects section? This is a place where I didn't feel like I heard clarity on whether we were a majority or a minority. So for instance, on, where is it? Line 22, it says some CASAC members, the end of line 22, just left it like that because I didn't think we were clear enough on how many of us thought what, so, and whether we were a majority or not. So I thought we'd leave that. Jeremy.
Leanne, can you just clarify what we're going to do with the 25 to 27, the lines 25 to 27? Are you saying to take that out or no?
Yeah, I was suggesting deleting it completely. This is sort of consistent with the discussion we had earlier, and it's to some degree a little bit duplicative. Now, if you wanted to suggest something else that gets at the idea that in this case, the epidemiologic evidence is maybe not being given enough weight, I think that we could continue to think about how we want to edit this.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know what I think. I just feel like this is a kind of it's a little bit different than I think some of the conversation that we were having earlier. And just taking it out would be a pretty big about face.
Okay. I mean, it is consistent with the idea that we shouldn't be making such broad sweeping statements.
That is true. That is true.
However, is this something we want to reflect on a little bit more and come back to? Making sure that we cover the general point, which is that that I recall from the meeting was that we were saying that for the cardiovascular effects, there's reasons to not put so much weight on the controlled human exposure studies, and there's reason to weight the epi studies more, but maybe we want to think about how we're going to say that. Jennifer, you going to help us with that?
Well, one suggestion might be to flip that around a little. It seems like I think the discussion focused on there was more emphasis placed on the controlled human exposure studies in this section, and maybe it should be more balanced is the recommendation in terms of evaluating the evidence rather than putting more emphasis on the controlled human exposure studies on the epi. So not saying the flip that epi should be considered more strongly, but just that the evidence should be evaluated in a more balanced manner.
All right.
Potentially considering all the limitations of all of these types of studies.
So you would be suggesting to keep the sentence in and change should be weighed more strongly to should be evaluated in a more balanced manner.
Yeah, I think
we can wordsmith it offline.
This is Michelle. I just want to say I like your new wording, balanced manner.
Okay. All right. So we're going to just ask for more balance, and that's not quite so sweeping and is not a general statement about the weighting of these studies. Jeremy, you're next in my queue.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with the rewording of it, and I think that does actually capture maybe what we want to say. But I am kind of curious that how this language, it is very sweeping, and it actually is kind of more broadly like philosophical in some sense, that has implications for, future CASAC reviews and EPA. But I'm just curious if anyone who actually put that language in there would want to kind of defend it originally, or if it was just kind of distorted in the process of, various iterations of revising this. But
well, I know I'm wondering, I'd have to go back and look, but I know that I made some fairly broad sweeping comments that Mark called me on in my individual comments. And I don't know whether that I was part of how this ended up in here. I have to go back and look at the history of this, but I think what's more important is that we get it right now. Terry.
Yeah, I'm okay with the suggested changes, but this sentence is one of those that I believe has to be put in context for what was just said, because if you read it, this means that CASAC is saying that epi wins all the time, and that would go beyond this next. So I think we have to be careful here.
So do you have any specific suggested changes?
Well, I guess it's the part that says in general.
Okay, let's strike that.
CASAC believes
that in this setting,
yes, this setting for this NACS ozone.
In this review.
Yeah.
I thought the suggestion from Jennifer about it being including the more balanced, actually using that word balanced in there, sort of, we already dealt with that issue.
Yeah.
So Ed, you're thinking that in general is okay because of the.
Oh, not in general. I'm just saying that I was under the impression based on what was previously said that the sentence had been changed. It no longer said that in general, these are weighted more strongly. I thought it said CASAC believes that the epidemiological evidence should be, the epidemiological and CHE studies should be, the information should be balanced in interpretation.
Okay. We'll make sure we drop the in general and look at the, and look at that wording. to make sure it flows well.
The other comment I had was a lot of the public commenters, and I think Leanne, you brought it up. Should we be peppering in here? Is this for the PA? A few of the commenters, and I agreed that, you know, being more specific that in developing the PA, they should.
Well, let's see. Yeah, and this is likely causal, so it could go forward into the PA because likely causal and causal go into the PA. So that's a good comment.
Yeah, but it's not, this is relevant. I mean, the ISA is where the causality determination takes place. So it's relevant. It is relevant for the PA, obviously, but it's also relevant to our review of the ISA.
Maybe those kind of statements for the PA should be only in the main letter then. I don't know.
Well, the main letter is kind of a summary of what's in the details here.
Yeah, the main letter is pretty much a distillation of the details. Christina, are you going to help us resolve any of this, or you've got something different?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's about this. So I like the terminology of, you know, balance makes sense, but I'm wondering if we should, since this is relevant for the ISA, but we don't want to change the ISA, but it's important for the PA, maybe we should just point out that it's not very, it seems to be a little one-sided for this current ISA. So in the future, have it be more balanced and make it very specific to this section and not as much of a global statement. So getting rid of in general makes sense, but even making it a little more specific to this section, because it seems like in some other sections and health endpoints, it seemed like it was a little bit more balanced, but maybe not here.
Yeah, and it does also refer to the overarching comments where we were going to be, where Ed's in charge of helping us rework it. So we might need to pay attention to that also. So good comment. Okay, the wording details still need a little refining, but I don't want to wordsmith too much right now unless somebody has a specific sentence. Mark.
Yeah, so I have a problem with in keeping this sentence in any form, partly because I don't think the problem was I felt the balance given by the ISA was appropriate between the epi and the human studies with regard to this causality determination. And so I have a problem keeping that sentence in unless it's, I mean, we didn't come to agreement about that causality determination, right? And the sentence before in line 22, given these uncertainties and inconsistencies in the evidence, some CASAC members agree that the EPA decision to change the causality determination is reasonable and appropriate. And I'm in that category. But then the sentence comes in there, it's kind of in a very opposite direction. So maybe if people feel that some form of this weighting sentence or balance issue needs to be in there, it should be in the individual CASAC members that felt that the weighting should be shifted in order to justify a causality determination of likely rather than suggested.
You know what, Ed, are you comfortable trying to work into the rewrite this idea of balance also? Because I'm thinking that maybe based on Mark's comments, we continue to take it out here, but because it's also in the overarching, it refers to the overarching. And it does seem like that one of the things I think we have consensus on is that how you pay attention to the controlled human exposure studies and the epi studies, it's nuanced and it should be balanced, and it depends on the different health outcomes, and it depends on all the lines of evidence. And so we already covered that topic in quite a bit, and we're going to be looking at revised language. So I'm thinking maybe consistent with Mark's comment, we maybe take it out here and see where this idea of balance goes in the overarching section.
So I can try and incorporate that, but that seems to me it's a little bit of a mission creep from what the original section was, which was just sort of, describing why CHE studies and epi studies, might differ in terms of the populations, et cetera. And now we're going to also be talking about more generally, globally, how we balance, the information from them. I mean, we can try to take it on, but I think it's a little bit it's not going to quite fit in that previous section.
Yeah, good comment. Jim.
Well, my comment, which is in my written comments, was agreeing with Mark to take this sentence out. The idea of balanced, really they should be balanced if the strength of the evidence or the quality of the studies are balanced. But, in some cases, the quality of the studies are not balanced. I know that's in Mark Fransom's comments, and the strength of the evidence is not balanced. Therefore, there's no reason to balance the two just for the sake of balancing them. So I think it's case specific, and, to make a general statement like that just is not appropriate.
Okay. Jennifer, you're going to get us out of this quandary.
I don't know about that, but I do think it's important to have some sort of statement in this section, because I do think there was some discussion in the meetings where there are CASAC members who thought that the controlled human exposure studies were weighted too heavily in the causal determination. In this context, I mean, this is the section that we were referring to, where some members thought that the evidence really was pointing to likely, and then other members thought that because of the CHE evidence or lack thereof, that the overall evidence was pointing more to suggestive rather than likely. So I think this is a really important nuance. And I agree with you, Leon. I'm not sure exactly how many are falling on that continuum. But that I think this is really important to keep something in there reflecting that difference of weighting. So maybe, yeah, it could be that balanced is not the correct word, but some sort of consideration of all the lines of evidence.
Okay. Mark.
So in rereading this paragraph, the whole paragraph starting with line 12, it looks like there's a piece missing here. I mean, this is an area where we didn't have consensus. This paragraph is all about the causality determination for short-term cardiovascular effects. And it talks about some CASAC members agreeing with the EPA, but it doesn't talk about the other CASAC members, unless I'm missing it someplace. And that's where this issue of the folks that think they should have had a different balance in presenting the evidence, are folks that think they made a mistake in downgrading the causality determination. So I think maybe the appropriate thing to do is to add a few sentences describing what the other CASAC members felt. So we've got here starting line 23, some CASAC members agree with EPA's decision. Then there needs to be a few sentences saying other CASAC members disagree and felt the determination should have been likely because there was too much weighting of the negative CHE study, something to that effect. That gets rid of the blanket statement. It applies the balance issue to this specific causality determination, and it shows we didn't have consensus.
I would be good with Mark's recommendation as well.
Anyone want to take the lead on drafting this? Aaron, it looks like you need to say something.
So I think that's there a little bit, and maybe I was in the wrong place on page 8, lines 10 through 12.
Oh, well, that was also, we edited this section for clarity, and we might have moved, not gotten everything in the right place.
So long-term.
Yeah, but the CHE studies don't really belong in long-term, but there's a specific question on B, line 7, is the relative weighting of the controlled human exposure studies.
Yeah, so lines 10 through 12 on page 8 do refer to the short-term causality determination. And it does say that some cases, or it just says the CASAC is concerned with the weighting of the CHE studies with regard to that. So maybe we could take some of that and craft the other CASAC member concerns regarding the short-term causality determination.
Is there anyone who wants to volunteer to draft this? I'm sort of looking at you, George. Are you willing to do this?
Do I have a choice?
No, you mean now that I put you on the spot?
I'll give it a try.
Okay. I'm just worried about the list being a little too long for me, and that'll be hard. Aaron, you'll help too, presumably, but this.
I think it just needs like 1 or 2 sentences and basically to state, and actually, you know, that the other CASAC members did not agree with the causality determination due to overweighting of the controlled human exposure studies versus the epi studies. But one suggestion I have is maybe if we could try to nail down whether it's some and others or majority minority.
Yeah, I was reluctant. I mean, I think I guessed at it and then took it out. I'm not sure we had enough clarity. Do we want to vote, or do we want to just leave it? Because it seems like it's yeah, I mean, this does, yeah. Mark.
And we're back on page 7, 12 through 27. We're not on page 8. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only thing on page 8 was that text that might get merged with this because there was a separate question. That was lines 10 through 12 that, you know, that's basically duplicative of the clause we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, how we address that in the revision, we could merge them or we could repeat it. I think that's okay. Mark.
Regarding this majority minority, the previous CASAC, what we did was not provide votes or numbers, but just specify whether there was consensus or not, and then summarizing the opinions. And maybe it would be helpful to have advice from EPA about whether they want to see majority minority or votes on these opinions, or whether just knowing whether there's consensus or not is enough.
So Mark, just to clarify, the previous CASAC, you did specify majority and minority, but you did not specify how many were in the majority and minority, but you did specify majority minority consensus.
Really?
Not consensus. Yes.
All right, I misremember that. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, some of these points, like the respiratory points, I thought were very clear, and people were. I'm not sure if everybody even weighed in on some of these other ones, and people were reflecting on the multiple points of view. So that also, I thought made it hard to know what majority and minority was.
Yeah.
Ed.
Yeah, I would just I would not endorse the notion of, counts and votes because of consistency throughout the document. And then you're opening up to on every one of these pages where there was not consistency, which was the case, I think, in several of these, that you're going to end up saying it was 11-3 here and 10-4 there and 6-3 or whatever. And I think that loses the point. I think the point here is there are conflicting opinions about this with some basis for why those differences existed. And I think it's fair to provide to the agency what they were when they were.
So I guess what we need to be answering is whether we're going to strive for being clear about majority versus minority or just leave it as some. And Michelle, are you going to help us with this? You're muted.
I think Ed said a lot of what I wanted to say. I think votes has the strong potential to be misleading because it doesn't get information about someone who feels strongly versus someone who feels, well, it could go either way, but if you're going to force me to vote, I'll pick one way or the other. So I think that general and descriptive language about majority and minority or some and things like that are actually less likely to mislead than forcing votes, for which we would need to do it for a lot of different issues. And also, if I'm remembering correctly, is not what previous CASAC people did.
Okay, do you have an opinion about some versus other? Versus majority?
I think that I'm talking about for the document in general. I think we should do it on a case-by-case basis. So what best represents what is happening on CASAC. So if an actual majority of people feel one way and a minority feel another way, then I think we should word it majority and minority. I think if it's closer to an even split, then we should word it differently. I think if it's like one or two people, then we should be careful and say, there was not 100% agreement, and then those individual people could put in individual comments and so on. So I'm suggesting we use general descriptive language that gives the general idea of like, was it most people, was it a lot of people kind of thing, and really go away from this voting idea. I can be talked out of it, but that's my current thinking.
Oh, thank you. I think we have consensus on the no voting. And what I'm trying to get clarity on is whether we want to strive for a majority minority edits to places like this, where, like I said, I put in the draft, I put in what I thought I heard at the meeting, and then I decided to take it out because I felt like we were kind of all over the place, and I wasn't sure that we really needed to say that. And again, if anybody from EPA wants to weigh in about what's most helpful to you, this would be an opportunity to do it. While you're thinking about that, I'm going to call on Christina.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's a very important point in terms of majority and minority and some, and I think it kind of has to be on a case by case. But what I think is actually, more pertinent than that is just making sure that we are understanding and expressing what we want to have done or suggestions for the ISA now versus general. And I think we should just make sure that we're not making too many general statements, and just really focus what we're talking about to the ISA, and so that we can be best set up to discuss the PA using all the information, so that we're not kind of pigeonholing ourselves when we get to the PA by saying certain statements in the ISA. So
Okay.
I'm just not as concerned about the majority minority.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody from EPA venturing into this. So not hearing too many strong opinions. I think I'm inclined to leave it some in this section. And we'll have the other point of view added, and we'll flag that for another discussion tomorrow. Hope you're keeping a running list, Aaron, because it's getting long. So I think we're moving on to the long-term cardiovascular effects. So this is page 7, the bottom all the way up till line 5 on page 8. And Yeah, I didn't have anything to highlight, and I'm not seeing anything. There's some and other members language there too. And again, based on my review and my recollection of the meeting, I felt like we also weren't sufficiently clear about whether it should be changed, whether we agree or not. So I left it some versus other. I'm not hearing anybody suggesting we change it. All right, how about the rest of page 8, the cardiovascular effects section? We've already talked a little bit about the lines 10 through 12 overlapping with the text that we talked about in the short-term effects, and whether this gets kept or merged, I guess we can talk about now. Jim.
So I don't think it can be kept as is, because only some of the CASAC feel this way. So it has to be changed in line with what we just talked about in the previous section. So either, I mean, it's basically repeating what's there. I guess we need an answer to the question, but we need to caveat it as, the ones that disagreed with EPA's causal determination felt that way because of this. So I think we need to clarify that and not just leave it as it is.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we'll make sure that's consistent with what we changed in the previous section. Okay, I think we're ready to move on to mortality effects. So
One more.
Yeah, go ahead, George.
Line 25, maybe a tweak. Future research focuses on, do we want to say ambient, at least for the short-term ozone exposures?
That's fine with me. Anybody object?
I mean, by definition, long-term, of course, are quote ambient, unquote.
Right, sure.
But the point is that, we really need to do more short-term studies using the real thing.
Great, thank you. All right, now we're moving on to mortality. So page 8, let's stick with the short term just to keep it simpler. Page 8, all the way through to line 10 on page 9. This is appendix 6. Again, we talk about some versus other CASAC members in this section. I'm recommending we keep the some versus other and not go to majority for this particular one. Not seeing any hands up. So I'm not trying to rush you, but also consider the long-term exposure and total mortality section. That also has some versus other CASAC members. And I don't have any suggested edits to that section in what I've shared with you. No notes in my document. All the way to the end of this section, the end of line 37. So that's point B as well. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to developmental effects. They start on page 9, but really they don't, they're on page 10, all the way towards the bottom of page 11. And let's start with page 10. And I had some suggested edits to lines 9 to 13 to basically, it looks like it's actually, yeah, it's basically 10 to 13 to delete the sentence and replace it with Appendix 7 of the 2020 ISA provides separate determinations for the same categories. In addition, Section 7.1.4 summarizes the evidence of effects during developmental periods, indicating that this evidence also contributes to the relevant sections, respiratory, cardiovascular, metabolic, nervous system in the ISA. There is no determination for short-term exposure to ozone in these categories. So I think it was just some rewording that was recommended. Terry.
I was back on page 9 and I was wondering, when we talk about causality, we're not asking EPA to change the ISA's causality statements, are we?
That's correct. And if you, so the only question is whether we need to very explicitly say that throughout the document. And I did in the revisions, I added a lot of in future reviews text here and there. But we did also, and we will be talking about this when we get to the beginning of the letter, we did also make a very explicit statement up front that this is sufficient. This ISA is sufficient for the reconsideration, meaning, whatever our opinions are about the causality determinations,
right,
they can move forward with the document as it is final.
Okay.
So that has been stated broadly up front in the proposed revision, which we haven't vetted yet, but we will. And if you think we also need to add specific language in these various places, we should do that. But the intent that it was intended to cover everything, and then maybe we could go overboard and say it specifically in various places if we think we need to.
It was just more of a general question. Yeah, I think if we put it in everywhere, we'd be going overboard.
Yeah. Well, I probably already did that with the in future reviews insertions, but so we can take out some of those if we see people see some of them, but yeah. So we're on to developmental effects, and doesn't sound like there was any, that was a fairly minor rewording, so it doesn't seem like that's that big a deal. We're still on still on page 10. There was a line 37. This is about the new scientific evidence. So just clarifying that when we're talking about newer publications, we're talking about future reviews. We're not asking them to incorporate that now. We did hear, this is not for this section, but we did hear from the public commenters, about at least one specific study that they recommended we should consider for the current reconsideration, and people who worked on this section, if there's any of these studies that also should be considered, recognizing the developmental effects didn't rise to getting attention in the policy assessment. So we probably don't want to go there at all, and just insert that in future reviews text. So I'm not seeing any hands up, so I'm going to continue to move forward to page 11, and lines 8 to 10, there was a proposed revision in my document. Again, this was a clarity thing. It's revised to read, regarding section 3.2.4.2, lung function and development, the CASAC concludes there is increasing evidence since the 2020 ISA that should be considered in a future review, and that likely strengthens the body of evidence. So it both was adding clarity and also being crystal clear here that we're not saying do anything different in the PA. We're just saying in the future, This is important. Similarly, on line 22, the text in my document says, the consistency and coherence of these findings, along with the experimental data in rhesus monkeys, suggests that a future review will find the evidence is compelling for reconsideration of the overall causality of long-term effects of ozone on lung function and development. Again, I don't think we're asking EPA to open up this causality conclusion for the ozone reconsideration of the policy assessment, and therefore that was revised accordingly. Jim, did you want to weigh in here?
Yes, I think saying it will is too strong. I think maybe we should say may find the evidence compelling for reconsideration. I think saying it will is too strong of wording.
Okay, those of you who are experts on this area, is that an okay change with you? Jennifer.
Can you, I think so, but can you clarify exactly where that word is?
Well, it's in my revision, so I think it wasn't actually in the original document. So it was the text on, let me see, where am I? It was the text on line 20, starting on line 22, the consistency and coherence of the findings. And I actually edited this to say, along with the experimental data in rhesus monkeys, suggests that a future review, I wrote will, Jim is saying may, find the evidence is compelling for reconsideration of the overall causality of long-term effects of ozone and lung function and development.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable change.
Okay.
I agree.
All right, thank you. So we'll make that. And then line 36 in this section, we suggested deleting line 36 to 37, that sentence. Terry.
Line 28 to 30. I mean, I don't like the word lax because that may seem like ISA's, the studies aren't there. But this whole paragraph, is this for the development or should this be in general for everything? This is.
Yeah, that you make a good point. Maybe people who wrote this section, did it end up in the wrong section?
Yeah, I don't recall this being in the developmental section.
It may have just gotten messed up in some editing. Let's see if it ended up. Thanks for pointing that out, Terry. Somehow all of us reading this a bunch of times missed it.
It's important. It's just maybe the next section.
Yeah, so we'll move this to the at-risk future research section. Christina, do you have a memory of this? Does it look like?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. It may have come from the at-risk community section because that came up in discussions in terms of not having it as separate, but have it be with some of the other, have it be spread throughout, depending on looking at the specific endpoints. So it may be there, and I think it would be fine to put it there in the at-risk community section.
Okay, so we'll move that to the at-risk community section.
Leanne, before we leave that, I would just, it seems like that statement could actually be even broader. I mean, that could actually be moved up front to the introductory paragraph.
Introductory
as well.
Paragraph of the at-risk communities or what?
I think way back.
Which introductory paragraph?
Let me go back. of the health effects, overarching comments on page 3.
Oh, okay. We could do that. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, we focused on the two big ones, the PICOS and the CHE, but there's no reason why.
So I think that, I mean, we could put it there in that overarching section, but I think we'd have to put a little more specificity because you can always reorganize in some way. So if it's not in a particular section, then I think we should specify this is what really needs to be reorganized in the future.
So you're recommending not moving it to the overarching.
Right, unless we have it be more specific. I think that applies to the at-risk communities, and we can talk about that more. It's not having that relegated to its necessarily its own section, but if it's going to be in the general overarching, I think we should be specific about what parts, and have we identified which parts.
Yeah, let's not go there at this point. I think it's a little late in the process for that, unless anybody. So, and you make a valid point that we can always do better, and things can always be reorganized. So it makes it difficult. Okay, anything else? I recommended in the draft revisions that we delete the line 36 to 37. Since we aren't really giving much guidance about how to do it and saying it's complicated, so just delete that sentence.
I wanted to second that, so.
Okay. All right, so I think we're moving on to at-risk communities. That's on, it starts on page 11, but it's really on page 12 and 13. So start with the text on page 12. And let's see, looks like my suggestions are a little bit unclear. So consolidate the two discussion points at the beginning and reorganize several items. So among that was let's see. Among that was to so to move A and B, consolidate them at the very beginning. So that would be effectively moving the text on line 32 and 33, which is just the discussion point question, moving that up to just appear after A, and just like the people in the, I guess it was chapter 9 also did this, just not trying to respond to each point separately, but just do it as a coherent whole. And there's other places in the document where we do that. And then recommended changing lines 10 to 11, revise the sentence to read, the following CASAC comments are intended to identify additional at-risk populations and other topics for this section to be considered in a future review. I think this is a lot of these edits, proposed edits were for clarity. And then lines 15 to 17, the revised sentence would read, this type of analysis is necessary to allow the PA to assess risk in these communities by understanding the variation in ozone concentrations present over a geographic area. And delete the rest of that sentence. Terry, I see your hand up.
It was the next paragraph, 19 to 24. It's ventilation's important, but I'm not sure why it becomes so important in this discussion. Have a whole paragraph.
So I agree with that. And I proposed moving that down to the future research bullet. So we'll just keep going. Christina, you have your hand up. I don't want to miss feedback because you were in charge, lead on this section, so you may have. I don't want to barrel through it and ignore your feedback. Go ahead.
So your edit for lines 15 through 17.
Yeah.
I actually think it may need to be softened a little bit, because otherwise it seems like what we have with the current ISA is not sufficient, and I think it is. So I would suggest to your edit to just have this type of analysis enables the PA, this isn't quite right, but enables the PA to better assess risk in these communities.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Something like that. Take out the is necessary.
Yes, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Very helpful. Okay. I'm going to keep going. There's a bunch of bullets in this section, so I'll keep going. People, I'll watch for your hands. And so Terry also already mentioned moving the lines 19 to 24 paragraph down, and that I'll come back to that. Line 27, insert in future reviews. Let's see where that was. In addition to the at-risk populations identified in the 2020 ISA, the CASAC suggests the inclusion of pregnant women and their developing fetuses in future reviews. So again, making it crystal clear, nothing to do now. This is not like reopening the reconsideration and starting over based on this piece of advice. This is for the future. Lines 35 to 41. There's a number of changes. Let's see, deleting. Let's see, where are we? Deleting 2 sentences. Am I in the right place? Oh, and that was partly moving that from below. We already talked about the is necessary part. So deleting the first 2 sentences. And then the sentence that currently starts with second, edit it to say pertinent for the upcoming PA review. It is important to note that most CHE studies do not have sufficient representation of variation by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic levels, age, or morbidity. This is relevant for considering whether a potential alternative standard has an adequate margin of safety to protect these potentially at-risk populations. So, Christina, you wanted to weigh in on this?
Yes. So I think it's fine to take out that first sentence in line 35 to 41, but I feel like we should insert it maybe like we did, will do for the ventilation, because it's come up several times, the spatial variation in ozone concentrations. And I think it's important to maybe have that as a consideration for future reviews.
Okay, maybe that didn't get, okay. I thought maybe that was still there in the previous, in the paragraph that is.
The following paragraph, the suggestions
No,
for
well, we could put it there again. I thought I had decided when I was editing this, and I'm not defending it, I'm just telling you where I was thinking. The paragraph that starts on line 13, the 2020 ISA gives almost exclusive attention. This has a variation of ozone concentrations over a geographic area. So I had interpreted that was that point was being made there. But if you think it needs to be clarified or expanded, then absolutely, let's move it and put it in the future research or future.
Okay, so let me look at this again.
Okay.
So that's what we just changed into taking out the is necessary, right?
Well,
Was that a different is necessary?
yeah, that was right. So basically, this section got reorganized a bit for flow. So the is necessary got moved up. And then I guess I effectively took out the, because this point about this type of analysis is necessary. Understand exposure concentrations present over a geographic area at a given mean level. Where did so I thought that the sentence that is now suggested to replace, it's easy to get lost here.
Okay.
Lines 15 to 17 covers that local variation point.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we can take it out here. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you. It was better to get it right. So where are we? So I think we're moving on to page 13, but Jason, you have your hand up.
It's regarding the sentence you just read. This type of analysis is necessary for the PA in order to understand the variation in ozone concentrations present over a geographical area at a given mean level for which a standard may be set. So I don't understand what a mean level is there. So I think the idea is that there are variations in an urban area, and even if you set the standard so that you're meeting the ozone standard at, hopefully working down concentration, so you're meeting the standard at monitors, there may be variations present with some people being exposed to higher or lower concentrations. Is that kind of the intent of that sentence?
I can let others weigh in, but we actually ended up taking out that mean level reference. So
is that what you just decided to take out that sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that you took that. There's language like that in the letter up above too, so that'll be relevant later.
Okay, so help us make sure that we didn't overlook taking that out there, because we do. I mean, I'm sure that part of the final review that Aaron and I do, we will be looking carefully to make sure we have consistency between the letter and the document, but it's better to try to do that now if we can flag it. So,
yeah, I just wanted to say, yes, Jason, that's exactly your interpretation is exactly correct of what we discussed. And so we just changed it a little bit and took out that at given mean level, but the rest of that sentence is there with just taking out is necessary.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're on to page 13 and the suggestions for future ISAs. And let's see. So this is where Terry's suggestion got, I also have something flagged for discussion, but let me go through what I put in this document first, and then we'll get to other things. I'll see a couple of up also. Page 13 before line 23. So this is the ventilation bullet that Terry asked to be moved. And I rewrote it a bit. Home ventilation is highly correlated with socioeconomic status indicators in many locales. And then this is the same, the rest of the text is the same until the end. While the evidence on ventilation and its direct impact on ozone filtration is equivocal at this time, the current literature does not support its inclusion as a relevant exposure factor that may affect ozone exposure and risk. The 2020 ISA itself includes a good discussion and scientific summary of how ventilation may modify observed epidemiologic risk with a location reference. This CASAC, this is new. This CASAC suggests EPA explicitly consider home ventilation within the context of at-risk community. Okay, that I see a couple of hands up, and I also see I had something else flagged in this document. Jason, is your hand left over? Yeah, okay, Terry.
So the first three bullets, I see that this is for future ISAs, but I think we should pay attention at least to the first one, because that's pretty broad, and to me it's pretty important. And I'm not sure it should just be in the at-risk population. This is something that might be moved up if the CASAC panel agrees on it. Because this is, to me, this is a little bit weighty, that the at-risk populations and discussions should be spread everywhere throughout the ISA. And I don't disagree with that. I just think that that would change things up to not have a separate section and to just have it discussed everywhere.
So you're suggesting we move this bullet, if we agree with it, to elsewhere in our consensus comments?
If it's agreed upon, it could be pretty important.
I mean, I think we'll have to check. I'm guessing it makes it in the letter. I mean, this is the section where we make this kind of suggestion. It seems like it fits here. It's a future ISA suggestion. What you're saying is that you see it as so much more sufficiently important that we should put it elsewhere in the document. But I think that means it belongs in the letter as well.
Okay.
Which we can double check that it's in there. I assume it is, but I haven't had a chance to look at that.
And the second bullet, sort of the same thing for those who've been involved in CASAC panel meetings for years and decades. You know, this comes up all the time. And the second bullet to me sort of suggests that we go back to putting older data in, and that would, bring us back to the 1,000-page criteria document, which we've been trying to avoid, what EPA has been trying to avoid, and I agree. So because this is saying there's some at-risk data that was left out.
Okay, does anybody want to discuss that? Jeremy, is your hand about this point or something else?
It's not about this point.
Okay, well, let's stick with this point first. I mean, what we have seen in the ISAs is, in order to keep it short, there's a brief summary from the past documents. I mean, that's already there. So what maybe Christina, you can help us remember whether that's true in this document. And maybe that's really what we're saying, is that needs to happen here or in a future one. You want to chime in on this, Christina?
Yeah, I don't think I recall there being a summary. I mean, there was a summary of the previous ISA, but how it's structured in this one, it made it seem like there was no evidence that was included in the past one. I think that including what was in the past ISA would be very helpful, because otherwise when you see the table, it's just like nothing new here. It seems like there was not anything to consider that was done in the past. That's what it seemed like to me. I don't know if there's anyone from the group who reviewed this wants to say anything about that.
Any of the people with your hands up following up on this point?
Yeah, I don't know. I came to kind of the opposite conclusion. I thought the ISA did a really good job of summarizing what was in the 2013 ISA, and in the tables shading different colors, the evidence that was new, and including at least mention of critical studies that were in the previous ISA. Maybe there's some specific areas that you're talking about, and then we could add specificity to this. But To me, I would take that out. But now, one thing that this suggestion for future ISAs, this is not a general suggestion. This is just the at-risk community.
Yeah,
So,
and
that's not entirely clear from the heading. So we might want to specify that. But unless there's something specific here about the at-risk groups, I thought that the ISA did point out how they are handling at-risk groups differently than what was done previously, but I don't know. I didn't get this as a deficiency.
so my sense is the approach has evolved so much, certainly since 2013. And frankly, I thought it was even noticeable how much better the PM ISA supplement was than this older document, which wasn't that much older with respect to this topic. So from that point of view, and again, I don't remember this well enough. Mark, I'm thinking that some of the, well, it is pertinent, it is specific to the at-risk community section. And the summary may not have been brought forward in the same way, partially probably because this whole topic has evolved enormously over this almost 10-year period. So, moving forward, we're just looking for a little bit more of a summary in this section, I think is what I interpret that to say. Anyway. So do we need to take it out, or is it benign enough that it's not really going to cause a problem? We can certainly add, it's within the at-risk community section, but we'll definitely add in the suggestions for future ISAs for at-risk communities, so that we'll make that clarification.
That would be excellent. It just didn't want it to be so broad that EPA would interpret it throughout. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Jeremy, I think you have your hand up.
Okay, I'm going to make an argument for actually putting the ventilation content back where it was initially. It's an argument for which I don't feel adamant about, but I do want to kind of maybe explain the logic behind having it where it was rather than as an ancillary bullet in the future research. The section where it was originally details factors that convey added risk, including those that are intrinsic, which I think is done, it spends the most of the time talking about, and then these extrinsic factors as well, the socio-demographic, SES, race, ethnicity, all that kind of stuff. And those extrinsic factors in themselves don't confer added risk in themselves. There may be disproportionate exposure, injustice, other disparities, but they don't really explain why these factors convey added risk. Ventilation is actually a mechanism, an exposure mechanism by which you could begin to kind of explain why some of these at-risk communities or groups might be at risk. So I think that in my mind is why it kind of belongs up there as an explanatory fact. It's not, I think maybe it's worded as something completely different, and maybe that's where it looks a little incongruous. It's not an additional factor, but it is a reason why a lot of at-risk communities are at risk, that there is differential ventilation within a lot of the residences, and that's leads to differential exposures to ozone. So I think that's why it was up there. It actually provided some of this, the mechanistic basis for explaining why it is these extrinsic factors can confer added risk. That's all I'm going to say. I don't really care too much where it goes, but but that was the logic behind it.
All right, thank you. Well, based on that, maybe just take the rewrite and move it back into where it was. Christina, you have your hand up.
Well, I can also, sorry, Christina. If you want, I could try to wordsmith it a bit to make it sound less disjointed. I think it was Terry that said, why is this here? It sounded, and I can see where that, maybe that language of how it was written made it seem as if it was a separate point, when in fact it was actually trying to add a little bit of explanation as to kind of why these factors are important and what adds to exposure disparity.
Well, make sure you use Leanne's, she already rewrote it.
You can start from my rewrite. You're welcome to make it fit better with the context that you brought to it, which I didn't bring to it. So it might need more, but yeah.
I can give it a try.
Thank you. All right, this is probably minor enough that we don't need to vet it in public, but you're welcome to do that if you want to bring it forward tomorrow. Christina, did you have more you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess one of the examples I was thinking about in terms of that second bullet about like the summaries and kind of bringing forward studies and from the previous ISA. And I totally understand we don't want to have 1,000-page ISA, so I definitely understand that. But I guess for this one, you know, there's conclusions from the 2013 ozone ISA for SES, you know, did show most studies report that individuals with low, and this is from table IS10, that individuals with low SES and those living in neighborhoods with low SES are more at risk for ozone-related respiratory hospital admissions and ED visits, inconsistent for mortality and reproductive outcomes. And then for 2020, there was no recent information that's been evaluated that would inform or change prior conclusions. So since there weren't any additional studies for the 2020, then when they're describing the difference, you know, the different differences by each of these factors, SES wasn't discussed at all. And since this is a new area of really including this in ISAs, I felt like should have brought up that 2013 so that there is something there, even though there's not recent studies that are included in that, because otherwise it's not in the rest of the documents. So you tend to kind of forget about it, that being something to consider for the PA. So that was, you know, pretty much one of the main things that kind of informed that comment.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's kind of consistent with Mark sort of stressing that the other evidence had been brought forward. And I think the point here is that this is a place where it was overlooked, is what I'm hearing. So that's an important comment. Thank you. I think, are we done with this section? I believe we are. We're ready. We've got like 15 minutes left in our scheduled time today. I would like us to at least embark on the ecologic effects, and maybe we can get through that one and leave the climate for the next time. We'll see how we do. It would be really awesome if we could get through all the consensus comments, but I'm not going to ask people to stay late since we have 4 more hours tomorrow. The document page, we're on ecological effects, page 13 to 14. And there was a suggestion of a couple of changes in my document. Line 13, excuse me, page 13, line 43. Insert in a future ISA before scientific assessment. So this research needs to be included in a future ISA scientific assessment. And then lines 23 through 25. This is probably what we need the most discussion on. Revise the sentences on the one that starts third, the one W26 metric. So revise this to read third, the W126 metric and the primary standard of the 3-year average and the 4th highest 8-hour average concentration capture different features of the ozone distribution. The CASAC finds that the scientific evidence supports a distinct secondary standard, level, form, and averaging time. So that's the suggested proposed new wording. And I know, Jim, you had some pretty strong opinions about this. So do you want to share those now?
Yes, so my recommendation would be to remove the last 3 sentences And I know you wrote a rework as well, but I would recommend removing those as well. And, you know, from what's written in the document, I believe a W126 metric can be confidentially used, confidently met using the primary standard. And second, I feel that this whole discussion is really more relevant to the policy assessment than the ISA. And, you know, when you start, you know, comparing the W126 versus the fourth high 8-hour average, you know, and it is true they capture different distributions, but I think that's leading into the policy world of you shouldn't use the primary standard for the secondary standard, which I think if the primary standard is adequate to protect against the secondary standard, you can. So my recommendation would be to just take all that out and save it for the policy assessment.
Okay, I think this needs a fair amount of discussion. So thank you for opening that up. And is there anyone with expertise in this area who wants to weigh in on this? Alexander, you want to start?
Actually, I just wanted to ask Jim if he could clarify. Do you mean remove sentences from 18 to 26, or do you mean from 23 to 26, Jim? Just to be sure.
23 to 26, which was basically the third point that starts third comma. My suggestion would be to remove from third down. The first 2 points to me are clearly, stated in the ISA and there's scientific evidence to support the first 2, which are really scientific statements. But when we get to the third statement, that really moves into a policy statement. Even Leanne's rewrite, I feel, is more of a leaning towards policy rather than the science.
Well, I rewrote it. I don't agree, but anyway, I'm also not an expert in this area. So, Michelle, you have a comment.
Yeah, so I think James raises a really interesting point about when are we talking about science and when are we talking about the policy implications of that science. My interpretation of the rewrite, okay, my interpretation of Leanne's rewrite was that it was scientific statements. But I think it is an important distinction. And so I'm wondering if we can get clarification from EPA about what our role is in terms of cases where maybe the secondary standard would be incorporated into the primary standard, or is our role to separate out, this is the evidence for what should be the primary standard, and this is the evidence of what should be the secondary standard, and then those issues about how they relate to each other is separate. I think I didn't word that well, but I think you all know what I meant.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow exactly what your question is, because for the ISA, we are focused on advising on the science and not advising on the policy.
Right. So my comment, so if that's true, then the fact that the secondary standard would be incorporated into the primary standard is really not our issue.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
Okay, thank you. George, it seems like you have something to weigh in here.
Well, I mean, you're right. We have to be careful that we don't wander into material that belongs in the PA, and that is easy to do in some aspects here. But as Michelle just said, we're looking at the science, and as in your revision you wrote, the W126 and the primary standard form capture different features of the ozone distribution. And if that is correct, then that implies that, there is a rationale for having a different metric. And if those features are relevant to plants, and I think that's been established, then, we are talking about that the scientific evidence does support a distinct secondary form. But, that's a question for Aaron or ORD folks, others at EPA, whether this level of detail belongs here or in a PA, assuming we get to a PA at some point.
I'd like the experts to weigh in about the correctness, but I think that statement is a scientific statement myself. I mean, I don't think it's a policy statement.
Yeah, Leanne, I'll give you, yes, you're correct. I mean, the distributions are different, so that is a correct statement. Your last statement, though, is that really any different than the first point? The first point that W126 is the most appropriate for understanding monitoring ozone impacts on vegetation and ecosystems. Is your last sentence saying something different, or is it kind of just repeating what was already said in the first statement?
Well, I didn't rewrite much, so I guess I'll defer to the folks who wrote this original text. I just slightly reworded it. So I see two of them with their hands up. So Jason, why don't you go next?
Well, thanks. I was just going to say that to me, the sentence that starts third, to say that they capture different features of the ozone distribution, to me, that's clearly science and not interpretation or going toward policy. The last sentence might be going toward policy, and that's where maybe Michelle's question becomes relevant. But I just wanted to chime in that I think that they do capture different features of the ozone distribution. My sense is that that's fine to say scientifically. I also support keeping in the last sentence that you wrote, Leanne, that the scientific evidence supports a distinct secondary standard. To me, that it just says that there should be something different than the primary standard. In fact, you could imagine another sentence after the sentence that starts third, which would say something like satisfying or meeting the primary standard, the 8-hour ozone standard, would not necessarily meet a W126 standard.
That sounds like that might be a policy statement to me. I struggle a little bit with this. It's sort of, it's just a little bit distinct from the idea that which you could infer from the statement that they have different distributions, right?
Right,
I mean,
of course.
meeting one means you're not necessarily going to meet the other if they have different distributions. I mean, that's kind of obvious, but I suppose that's because I'm a statistician.
And it depends on the numbers you choose for each of them too.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, the policy assessment does that analysis. It compares the primary standard versus the a proposed W126 value, and it does that analysis in the policy assessment.
Okay. So yes, and I had forgotten, I probably did add that sentence. The CASAC finds that the scientific evidence supports a distinct secondary standard. It may have been added, not by you guys, but we heard that loud and clear, and I think that is something we want to decide about whether we can agree on whether we can say or not. Judy.
Yeah, I like to keep all 3 points in. It is important to know that this issue has been discussed for many years, and that there's no reason EPA cannot consider alternative standard for the alternative secondary standard. I think Leanne's change is good to capture different features of the ozone distribution. Therefore, that scientific evidence supports this distinct secondary standard.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
I don't have a further comment.
I'm sorry, Howard. My apologies.
No problem. No, I think that the statements there, in lines 23 through 27, even as revised as you did them, I think those are scientific statements. They're sort of a reiteration and an elaboration of those first sentences in that paragraph. And I think we're trying to, I think the group that talked about this is there's very strong evidence that these things do not measure the same thing. So I think these are all scientific statements here. They're not really policy. And the sentence, the scientific evidence supports a distinct secondary standard. This has been said several times now through different CASACs. And I like the last sentence because it just sort of reiterates that there's a history of this. And there is some evidence that from some of the EPA analyses, I think we brought it up in our discussion earlier, that using the 3-year, average doesn't adequately protect the plants in a single year when the ozone can be high. And so I think there's just a lot of emphasis here on the science. The policy, I don't know if it's totally a thing that should be in the policy. We used to have the ISA, then we had the risk assessment, and then from the risk assessment, they do the policy assessment. And the risk assessment is a scientifically based document that then informs the policy assessment. So I don't think we're at the policy assessment with this paragraph here. So thanks.
All right, thank you for that. Alexandra, you're next.
So Leanne, I like your revisions and I would suggest we go with those. And I think it sounds like a lot of us agree with that. Could we just add a tweak, like the scientific evidence supports consideration of a distinct secondary standard, which is perfectly in line with the question? Does it provide background for consideration of an alternate form? And that way we stick to answering the question and draw a little bit of a finer line between ISA and PA. And
Sure.
I mean, that's one possibility. And then the last sentence, I could see it stay or go, but I could understand why it could go in terms of it being CASAC advice on the PA, not the ISA. So I'm okay with that going if that needs to be cut.
All right, thank you. All right, so that adding consideration, that makes sense. Mark.
Yeah, I like those suggested changes. I do think those last couple of sentences are relevant to the policy assessment, which now includes the risk assessment, and go beyond the purpose of the ISA. I don't have a big problem with keeping it in there with those suggested changes, but yeah, we should not be giving advice on the PA since it's going to be changed.
Okay. Jim, you're next.
So I'll wait to hear everyone else and then come back.
Okay. We have 2 more. We're also close to running out of time. What I think we should do is let this conversation run its course right now, and then probably pick this back up tomorrow in case there's any people have further thoughts or we get any additional clarification, because this is tremendously important. So in assuming people can stay even just a couple more minutes longer, hopefully we won't spend too much more time, and then we'll come back and we can actually decide if depending on where we're at with consensus, we can decide what we're going to do about consensus after we hear everybody's points of view. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the third point is really derivative of the first 2. And so it might read better to just say, consequently, the W126 metric cannot be confidently met, rather than making that a separate bullet.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll let the experts in this area weigh in on whether that's a good change or not. Terry.
Yeah, just real quick, I get why we're trying to avoid the PA, but the question does ask, is there adequate background in the ISA for consideration in the PA? So it does ask about the PA. I don't know if that question came from you, Leanne, or Aaron, or EPA.
Well, we, the royal we, meaning me, with input from all of you, wrote the questions. So anyway, yeah. I don't see any more hands up. I think, Jim, you wanted to speak one more time.
Well, I mean, I might be okay with supports consideration of a distinct secondary standard, possibly. I mean, the scientific evidence also supports using the primary standard in lieu of a secondary standard if the primary standard is more protective. I mean, would we all agree with that? And if so, should we add that in there as well?
Yeah, let's not make this more complicated. Let's figure out how to make reach a place of consensus. So I'm not seeing any more hands up, and we're officially out of time. And we have 4 more hours tomorrow, and nominally only the letter left plus the climate appendix. So what I recommend we do is we adjourn till tomorrow, and we'll start back up with section 8, see if there's any thoughts that people had overnight, anything we want to do about that. Then we'll go to section 9. Then ideally we'll come back to the things that we flagged, and hopefully Aaron will help me keep track of knowing what all of them are, and try to resolve any of the unresolved topics that we flagged. And then we'll go into the letter tomorrow. And I'm hoping, given a lot of the tough issues got resolved, hopefully, or will have been resolved by the end of the consensus comment discussion, I'm hoping we'll be able to sort of sail through the letter. I'm sure it won't be that fast, but hopefully we can make it all in 4 hours tomorrow. I was originally thinking 4 hours would be plenty for everything, but clearly we need at least 2 days of meeting. So I don't see any more hands up. So I think we're ready to turn it.
Question.
No.
For those of us with homework assignments, do you need that material tonight, or is tomorrow morning okay? Or
well, you're on
sooner would be better.
Sooner would be better, but I'm let's see, you'll be working earlier in the morning than I will be. I can tell you that. So yeah.
Okay. Tonight or early tonight or very first thing tomorrow, right?
And just following up on George's comment, Aaron, for those of us who volunteered or were volunteered to do the homework, just so
right,
exactly what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, I'll send you an email reminding.
Thank you, Aaron. Any other questions or outstanding issues, clarifications to get ready for tomorrow? Thank you. And thank you to those of you who volunteered to pitch in. I really appreciate it. Aaron, I think you get to close.
Yes, and I just wanted to clarify something I said earlier today, Mark. I was incorrect. So the last PMPA, just from a few months ago, we did say majority minority, but the previous CASAC did not use majority minority. They used some and others. So just you did remember correctly.
Thank you. I feel so much better.
But the last PM panel did use majority minority and not some and others. So that's
if I recall correctly, we also had a lot more clarity about a lot of our opinions in that than we do for many of these ozone opinions. So that's a distinction I wanted to highlight. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll be in touch with action items for those that had assignments, and then we'll be recessed until tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, everyone.